Good morning. Hello. Welcome to the coverage of the Montreal Scrabblefest Late Bird. I am Josh Sokol, your host for today. We're going to go straight into this game because players have already started something like 10 minutes ago. Oh my God, what's up with my hair? We're featuring David Spargo and Joel Horn, I believe, in this first game. And yeah, it's going to be fun. I'll commentate, follow along the game. The regular, we're sort of winding down here. The Montreal Scrabblefest, 5 more games. It's gonna be a good time. Finally, great weather, but people are just playing Scrabble. Oh, it's not David Spargo. I'm so sorry. Joel Horn and Ryan Chagti are playing in the first round, and they can start whenever they're ready.
Okay, let's go.
All right, fun. Good to draw. Let's have a good game, Joel.
Good morning, everybody. I should get to the YouTube chat as well. Lots of stuff going on. Joel going first, Ryan going second, and see what happens. Every game of Scrabble is unique. We love to see it. And hopefully, see some fireworks this morning. So BEFKRSU for Joel. Might see something like Burke, BURKE. That would be maybe my choice of play. You could see maybe KERF. FUB is also very reasonable. But it looks like Burke has been spotted. That's a great play by Joel to start things off. They're playing in WoW. I don't actually have the WoW lexicon on my computer, but I have something close to it. So I might make a couple of mistakes with regards to certain words. There's like 100 or 200 differences between the two lexica. So Burke comes down, DEE, IJMO. For Ryan, he was probably looking for a spot to play emoji. Didn't really get one. So maybe we'll see some play through the R of Burke. Something like Jird, JIRD. Not great, though. Joke through the K, setting up a lot of hooks. That also doesn't look so good. It's actually a little bit weird. There's one good play. Jared through the R. I always miss that word. Somebody's phone is ringing in this hotel. Let me get to the YouTube chat, see what you guys are talking about, see what's going on. I'm live on Twitch as well, on Axer Typo. That's always fun. So many chats, so little time. Hopefully, I will get to the more important ones. Like, oh, your mic isn't working. Or oh, you missed a crazy bingo. Or something like that. All of which are possible. I see an F in chat. That's always good. So Jared does come down. That's a great find. Mostly because I didn't see it myself. And back to Joel, who has Go Fires. So I should really update the names on this file to Joel versus Ryan Chagti. I'll be right back with you guys. Burke, Jared. I don't know if I have any noise canceling going on my mic. I hope I do. In any case, was there an actual F? Oh, thank you, Muffin Tentacle, for the emote. So yeah, Fire Dogs is available for Joel. We'll see if he spots that. That's kind of a hard word to spot. Seems pretty close to seeing it, but I don't know. My mic is, or not my mic. You guys can't see my camera, but I'm very blurry at the moment. Seems about right. Drank a lot of wine last night. Had some fun after hours games. Speaking of after hours games, we had a poker game, a Texas Hold'em game in honor of the late and great Bernard Gottlieb, who pioneered Scrabble in Montreal for over 40 years. And the big winner, guy on your left, Joel Horn. He won some cash for his win. He was just drowning in chips. So not only is he a very, very solid Scrabble player, but also he's got some poker chops as well. So Fire Dogs was missed in this position by Joel Horn. But it's okay. It was a very, very tough find. I didn't see it myself until someone mentioned it in chat. Just double check. Yeah, I'm just trying to make sure I have like the closest possible dictionary to what we're playing. So yeah, for those that are just joining, thanks for being here. Like I said, 5 more games of Scrabble to be played. And Joel's drawn a blank. So Moonset has been just sitting there on Ryan's rack. And he likes to sort of just sit there sometimes with his bingo and just like admire it, I feel like I've seen him do that a couple times. Obviously, it's good to be diligent and make sure that the previous play hasn't given you a better spot. But I still just like his resting bingo face, as one might call it. So there's either a scoring discrepancy or the play is on hold. Moonset is 73 points. It doesn't put Joel in the greatest position because he only has 1 playable bingo after Moonset. He definitely had some bingos, some 7-letter words before Moonset, but now he's going to have to find a very, very tough 8-letter word through the O in order to come back and tie things in this game. Yeah, it's been spotted in the YouTube chat. Goal post seems to be Joel's only playable bingo. He's, again, very close to having it lined up, but as we know, in the commentary world and in the stream viewing world, close is not always there. You might think somebody's about to see their best play, and then they sort of just fake you out, or fake themselves out, more likely. You've seen glue pots. That's a nice find as well. That PG combination, usually not very great. P and the G have very negative synergy. They're just like, take any example of an astrological sign that doesn't get along with another astrological sign. Unfortunately, I don't have those signs memorized like some people do, but that's how I look at the P and the G. Just really don't go well together. As Ryan's drawn 3 A's, but he'll be okay with that. He'll have some scoring options given that he has an H. The H does a very good job at absorbing vowels. So, so close. Ugh. Joel is tantalizingly close to seeing goalpost. He's seen put logs, which would have fit before Moonset. He would have rather not seen that word, because the more words he sees that would have played, the sadder he'll get. But yeah, glue pots almost fit through that E of Burke's. I think he was like really upset. That would make OT. But yeah, Goop is going to come down. That's a very solid play for 14 points, setting up the S for Goops, taking away the bulk of that triple on the top middle of the board. And blocking what appears to be what Ryan was ready to play. A-N-O-A and A-M. And Volosts! Joel has drawn into Volosts. As Ryan very quickly just plays Oho, keeping 3 A's. Don't know why he played that so quickly when he had Anaphora available through the P. That's crazy. Not saying that I would see Anaphora, but I wouldn't keep three A's so quickly. But still a good play. Let's see if Joel spots this amazing word. Volosts. We love that word in Scrabble. There's a variant of Scrabble called Volost. And if I remember correctly, the goal of the game is to play Volosts, but if you like call your opponent out for having too many of the letters in Volosts, they have to exchange those letters. Something crazy like that. I'm sure someone in the chat can talk about that variant. But I don't know if Joel's going to see this. I'd be very upset if he doesn't. I mean, Volts and Goops is just such a strong play. P equals Pisces, G equals Gemini. Not exactly the most compatible match. Yeah. Okay. But yeah, if you play Volost in that variant, I think you just win on the spot. It's not going to happen here. But yeah, I think we're either going to see Volts and Goops or an amazing find of Volosts for Joel. I have to be careful not speak too loudly because I am just across the way from the playing room. But there's a big wall in between me and in the room and a lot of space, so I don't think the players are going to be able to hear me. But yeah, Anaphora, what can you do? That might be a word Ryan's seen, but even if he's seen it, even thinking you have a bingo with 3 A's and O is ridiculous stuff. So Volts comes down, A-A-A-D, N-N-R for Ryan, and he's probably just going to play through that V. He's got a lead, so just wants to take out some scoring spots, but I would like to see the word Ananda come down, making the at next to the T in Moonset. That looks to be probably Ryan's best play. Gets rid of all 3 A's at once and scores very well. Unfortunately, if Ryan does play through the V of Volts, he's going to be keeping some sort of duplicate, I think, because Vara for 21 looks like the only option through that V. But it does seem pretty reasonable to want to play through that scoring spot and maintain your lead. Did you have Volos lined up? I hope not. Maybe he did, but he would have to think to make the blank an O. So it's not necessarily lined up. There's a 1 in 26 chance that Joel had Volos lined up. I don't know what he was imagining the blank as. But Randan, a similar play to Ananda, comes down. That takes out a scoring spot, or sorry, a bingo spot, excuse me. Creates a scoring spot from that A. And yeah, it doesn't score as well as Ananda, but does similar things. Keeps the lone A. So I like this play by Ryan. And Joel's drawn another S. So all 4 S's are seen. That means 2 of them are on the board, 2 of them are on Joel's rack. And I don't know if he has a bonus here. I don't think he does. Let's see. Oh, he does. He has 1. Okay, this is something he can find. He can play servings through the N that was just floated out by Ryan. So if you think to make that ING, you'll probably see servings. But it's kind of a weird spot, and the blank has to be an I, and you're playing through an N. So sometimes when you have a G, you're looking for ING, but not always. So it looks like Joel's getting ready to play Grove through the O of Volts to set up his S's. But if he takes a moment just looking through that end that was just thrown out to him, he might see his bonus of serving. Yeah, we'll see. I think he's searching. So he's doing a good thing. Like when you have racks like this, doing some rack mixing, some shuffling can often lead you to finding things that you haven't seen, but unfortunately not this time. Joel plays Grove through the O of Volts. Very solid play. 26 points, sets up both S's. If Ryan doesn't have an L, an S, I think that's it. An R? I should know this. No, there's no R. Yeah, an L or an S. Then Joel is home free. But there are 3 L's that Ryan can have. Oh, but he quickly just blocks it in a very clever way. Playing Asini. Asina. I'm not going to try and pronounce it. This is 30 points. Takes out that lane that was just created and scores really well. Very good play by Ryan. Played very quickly. This is exactly what he wanted to do in that position. Back to Joel, who's down 62. Still has that blank, still has those 2 S's, still only has 1 vowel. But he's got some available stuff through that I. I've seen Spaniels mentioned in the chat. In clasps, that would be beautiful from the I, hitting that triple. Ryan's drawn pretty balanced to his AWE. He's going to be able to score next turn, so Joel doesn't find in clasps. Sorry about this. Hotel goings on. Joel doesn't find in clasps. Ryan's going to have a decently solid lead after his next play, I think. Yeah, sorry about that, guys. I don't know if I have my, do I have my noise canceling? No, I don't. Oh, I can, hold on. That should be better. I don't know. It doesn't actually seem to have changed anything. But I have put my noise removal on. But yeah, my apologies for that noise. As Joel finds painless. Okay, pretty good. That's 72. In clasps is a very difficult find. And Joel's up by 10. So yeah, the scores are not quite correct. But we'll get that fixed for you guys. We're having some issues with the following of the game for some reason. Let's see. There we go. Make sure that's fixed quickly. As a few comes down, yeah, that's what I was expecting from Ryan. Very simple play, doesn't open anything, scores well, keeps very nice letters. It's back to Joel, who's drawn the Q. And no U to go with it. No great spot for QI. He's got to be a little bit unhappy about that. But he can play QI and PI at least. Next to the P and painless. And that's probably what he's going to do. When you have the Q in positions like these, It's really very just cathartic to just throw it away. The problem is, or I guess the thing is, if Joel were to keep the Q, then he could draw a U for quints through the N and the S, Brandon and Painless. But yeah, there were 3 U's to draw. Hopefully he doesn't draw one now. That would be very unfortunate. As Ryan's drawn 2 Y's to go with his ADET leave. And we're gonna see. Yeah, he's drawing a U. He's gonna be very upset about that. We're gonna see if Ryan spots the L hook on Grove, or thinks that Groved is a word. It took me like so many years. Oh, Groved is a word. So what am I thinking isn't a word? Groving? Is groving not a word? Glover, grovel. I still messed this up. This is so frustrating. Yeah, groving isn't a word. Groved is an adjective. Okay. That would have tripped me up so hard. For some reason, like I remember like 10 or so years ago, or even more than that, I knew what the situation was with this word grove. But not anymore. Getting old. Knowledge is slipping away. So yeah, the scores are 215 to 211. Like I said, we're going to get that fixed for you guys as soon as possible. But at the moment, not a huge deal. Let's see. Where are we at? So DEY coming down. That's an interesting play. I guess I get it. There are no S's left. And there was no real way to hit that Grovel. Oh my god, Ryan had such a cool play though. Day looks great, but he had a way to get rid of both of his S's. Excuse me, both of his Y's. He could have played Dynasty through the N and the S. Oh my goodness, 36 points. That would have been by far his best play. I don't know if I'm finding that. Are you guys finding that? Does someone find that in chat? I don't even know. But that's nasty. You could have found nasty through the N and the S, and maybe you could have seen, maybe that's how you find it. You find nasty as an option, and then you're like, wait, I have DY to add on to that word. That's crazy. Yeah, Joel in some big trouble now. Even though he's only down 31 points, this board is very sad. There are no there's 1 blank left to draw. He doesn't have it. He doesn't have a great option with Grovel. And he has all 1-point tiles. He'd also like to make a play to maybe that G and Goops, hit the triple. That's also not feasible at the moment. And so the best he can do is play something like Lout in between the letters of Randan and Painless, I think. And just hope that he draws the last blank. But he's playing a little bit cagier than he should, and keeping the U at the same time. I feel like this position called for a little bit more aggression, but if he catches Ryan with a bad rack, then he might be able to catch up in this game. And he doesn't want to lose on the spot to like a blank bingo, but I feel like if Ryan has the blank, Joel's going to lose almost all of the time on this board. Top left of the board, as it often is, very inaccessible at the moment. Back to Ryan with AAELTUY. He's got a 15-point lead. Again, he's got the hook for Grove, but he does not have a good play with it. And he's also drawn a U. So I wonder what he's going to do. I hope you guys can't hear that really loud noise in the background, but if you can, I'm sorry. Yeah, I put on some noise cancellation, so hopefully that helps. So yeah, Ryan's probably just going to play YA up top as he does that immediately as I say it. Is he sure he can't hear me? But yeah, that seems reasonable. He's not keeping a scoring tile though, so he might run into some similar troubles to what Joel had last turn on an even more blocked board because two extra plays have been made. Joel has found an H, an A, and an E. Incredibly good draw from keeping LUNT. So he's got some respite from play of 2. But still feels like very difficult to do anything. We might see something like Ulna and AG up top. Just to hit that triple, open a lane for himself. Yeah, I'm not sure what Joel's going to think to do here. Hula, I guess, is the most sensible option. Hula and Ag. The score is 24, brings him within 10. Ryan's found the blank, though, so oof. It's going to be hard to come back. Yeah, Joel sees Hula. I think he's going to play that. He doesn't really like to open the board, but I feel like that's too good to pass up. But it's just a matter of remembering that scoring spot's been there since Grove was played. I think he might be looking to play down in the center next to the T of Moonset. If he has a 6-letter word there, that's an ideal situation. But yeah, Hula does come down. Good find. And back to Ryan. Like I said, he has the blank also to use. So is he going to find his only playable bingo here? This would be magnificent. And yeah, I don't know. I don't know if he's going to find it. I don't know if he knows the word. Really hope he does. But no. He started to play the word that he has. Yes, take it back, Ryan. Take it back now, y'all. Come on. You've began the word on your rack. You've played the first 3 letters of it. Play Ululate. Come on, play Ululate. Yes! Yes! What a fake out. Oh, wait. Yes, okay. You guys are talking about how the players are trolling the viewers and the anchors, but yeah, this is the best one so far. Ulu, take it back. Play Ululate. Get out of here. Oh, that's a home run of a play right there. Nice job to Ryan. And Joel, not completely out of it. Probably just gonna play was through the U. He is 1 letter off of Wurzel, WURZEL, but Yeah. I wonder if, so was is 45. You could also play it for 30 through the second U of Ulu late. And that would keep 2 lanes open, the I and Assini, the first U and Ulu late. No, I think you just have to take 45 and hope you draw something. I guess you could draw something from the E in Berks. But I don't know what that would be. Yeah, Joel's shaking his head. He's not happy with this. I wouldn't be either, Joel. But yeah, he's going to play was almost certainly 45. And Ryan has drawn 5 vowels. I'm not sure what he's going to be able to do with that. He might try to block the I. He might try to just score somewhere. But it's sort of like the ideal situation for Joel, where Ryan's not going to be able to score anything next turn. And Joel might be able to come back eventually. But yeah, this board still, despite the top left being opened by Hula and then Ulu late, this board is very difficult to work with. So was comes down, brings Joel within 40. And yeah, back to Ryan, who's got to decide, is it worth just blocking that I? Because from his perspective, I know we can't see the unseen tiles, but there is an X unseen to him. So if we imagine Ryan making a small play that blocks the I, and then Joel cashing that X down the middle next to the Teen Moon set with a 6-letter word, score is suddenly very close. So this isn't super clear cut for Ryan Chagti. But yeah, it's a very interesting position with was. I think we're overthinking it. I think you just have to play was and hope for this exact sort of situation. There's always this sort of buffer when you're within like 50. Your opponent tries too hard to play defense with their lead and gets scored on. Suddenly, things aren't so clear. What Ryan knows here is that the unseen tiles aren't fantastic. Like there's no blank, there's no S. There's NRT. There's a couple of nice bingo vowels, but there's really no indication that Joel's rack was so strong after was. So he's played Ari, just trying to keep the scoring pressure on. This is a new word. I'm pretty sure it's also new in WoW. And Joel's actually drawn AO, which is just really not good. If there are only a few vowels left, then maybe he'd feel good about it. But I guess he could just play Zona or Zonate from the... Oh, that's really weird. So Joel can just play a very high-scoring word from the Z and was, actually. But he has to decide if he wants to play short or long. There are now 5 tiles in the bag. So if he plays Zonate, he's emptying the bag. And being down almost 60 points, I don't think that's advisable. There is that X spot, actually, under the HE as well. So yeah, it actually really wasn't clear-cut for Ryan what to do in that Ari position. Maybe he should have played... Maybe he should have played from the Z himself. With, like, Zit. This is really weird. So I think you play Zona, or So, Joel's going a different direction here. I think he's going to attempt, or he's thinking about attempting to open a lane, playing through the U of Ululate. He was about to put down auto, which would set up a spot for a bingo. Issue with that being that spot's easily blocked. And so he sort of has to hope to draw something from the eye. He could try to go for inertia. Just plays off an O. So if he plays like or, the problem with that is he's probably just getting outscored. Yeah, I think you have to go for the X here. You have to go for the combination of threatening an X play and threatening a bingo. You play Zona. Maybe Zin. Maybe even Zin. Yeah, maybe even Zin was a better option than Zona. I don't think Joel was going in that direction at all. Oh, interesting. He's playing ton. What could that be about? Trying to open a lane from the end, maybe? Maybe also why not Tor instead? Set up a better lane. Setting up Weta as well, which amazingly Ryan doesn't have. There's still an A unseen, 2 A's unseen to Ryan. The 2 letters in the bag are A, B. Joel's drawn into lexigram without an L. So Ryan's surely gonna try and block this N of ton, I think, just because there's a huge overlap possibility for Joel. That was a very creative decision. Not that I like it that much, but it's not at all looking in that area of the board. Yeah, I think Zona was a missed opportunity. If you play Zona and draw the X, you now have 2 very nice X spots. And you're scoring 33. Ton scored 16. So Joel's still down 42. I think both players may be sort of blind to that scoring spot. I think if Joel had considered that he could play from the Z, he would have. I don't think he ever considered it. I didn't until I sort of came to me. So yeah, now Joel's threatening to play game for 49. And I guess Ryan has to think if there's any threats other than the X threats and that overlap threat. But those are 2 threats. So he's going to have to score something. So are we going to see Nice? If we see Nice, are we going to see Ryan spell it correctly? As we know, Nice is one of the hardest words in the English language to spell, apparently. If we look at least Scrabble history. Can you guys spell Nice? I know I can. But Nice would get rid of 3 of Ryan's 4 vowels, so maybe not. Maybe he'd rather play nice. I think he's going to have just enough. Oh, wow. He's playing Deet. Maybe he hasn't seen Weta, or maybe he's more worried about the X than anything else. So this is going to give Joel points for game, but the X is not going to really go anywhere after playing game. So I think Ryan's still going to be okay. What a fascinating pre-endgame position. Oh, I see why he played that. Smart, Ryan. Very smart. Yeah, mentioned in chat, Myrex was an underlap of Ululate. As Joel plays Nix. I don't know if Joel had even seen Myrex. He plays Nix, which is one of the best endgame plays. Yeah, we like this play. It's going to come up short. Yeah, what a nice decision by Ryan to block the salient threat on the board. How much would Myrex have scored? 44, 52, 54, 56, 59, 60, 70, 80 points for Myrex. Is that right? Crazy. Yeah, back to Ryan, who just needs to make sure he's not missing something massive for Joel. But he should be okay. Yeah, so Ryan's best play is Ice, I think. Oh no, his best play is from the L of Ululate, Laic. Laic. But playing just Ice and Nix perfectly fine. That's what I expected. Okay. And that doesn't block Mirage. That's the problem. So Joel can go out with Mirage through the U, but it won't be enough. Well, actually, Joel has a second outplay too, Imager. But yeah, blocking Mirage was slightly better. Instead, Mug comes down. And Ryan's going to be the one to go out first. So yeah, very interesting game. Quite cagey for a lot of it. Had some misses of some really crazy words. Volosts would have been beautiful. But also had some really nice finds. Burke, Jared. Ululate was beautiful by Ryan. As he goes out with Lab for 17. Game ending 417 to 354 in Ryan Chapita's favor. As we can cut to the overhead mic to see what they're chatting about.
So it's 417 to 358.
Yeah.
Angel.
Everything I had, you blocked. My Rex were 79.
Yeah, I mean, the X was scary there. I had to take that out. From the unseen, I wasn't really worried about you big going.
I guess I had just done TO. Maybe that would have been better. Of course, I might not have drawn my Rex.
I wasn't in super trouble throughout the game, and I was really lucky to see that bingo because I was just going to go Ulu, and then when I looked at what was left in my rack, I saw the bingo.
I picked MX something. Who knows if maybe I should have just done TOO right when you did that. Not to block necessarily, but to set up something so you have to worry about it.
Yeah.
This is going to be the perfect play if you didn't do this, because I have the L in the end.
Yeah, I think the S's were all gone at that point. I was really worried about that. I mean, they're still
The blank is. I figured
I had two Y's at the same time.
You're basically making me think that you have it, but couldn't do anything much anyway.
It scored well, though. It was mostly about that and dumping one of my Y's.
No, well, as I said, everything I was planning, you blocked in some fashion.
It's good fortune then.
Is this new?
Yeah, that was added last time.
What does that mean?
I don't know, but there's a Scrabble player, Ari Sinky, so that's if I remember it.
It's in India RE.
That too, yeah.
Yeah, imagine Imager would not have scored enough.
No, we could have.
Do we need to do that?
Yeah, do it. Thanks.
Nice game.
Thank you.
Choose my next opponent.
Okay.
All right. So that was the after game banter, the post-mortem as we call it. Joel Horn, Ryan Chapita. So that was round 1 of 5. We're gonna figure out who to have on our stream board for next round, and we're gonna cut to break. So yeah, just FYI, really appreciate everybody being here. Montreal Scrabblefest again coming to a close today, but had some amazing content, great streaming, great games off stream as well. Huge thanks to Let's Play Scrabble for putting this on. Please like and subscribe. Please join the channel if you can. You can actually directly support Let's Play Scrabble that way now. And we'll be back in just a moment. Thanks. No, it didn't work. Oh, it did work. Hello, welcome back. Welcome back to the late bird of the Montreal Scrabblefest 2025. I am Josh Sokol here at the venue in beautiful downtown Montreal. We are ready to show you guys game 2 of 5 as things wrap up in my hometown. So Cheryl Melvin versus Winter. Bring them in on the preview and get them started as soon as they're ready to play. It's going to be a CSW game as opposed to last round, which was a WoW game. And both players have won their last game, so that's good. Already like a rubber game in round 2. But yeah, whenever they're ready, they can go. Let's play Scrabble. I'm really gonna need to get better at saying that. Let's play Scrabble. Let's play Scrabble. Let's play Scrabble. All right. Cheryl is first. Like I said, this is a CSW game, so everybody watching from faraway lands or close away lands, be happy to see this international celebration of English on the Scrabble board. So AER, so far so good for Cheryl. That G, we don't like to see it. That O is all right. That N, we do like to see it. And that C, oh, this is a tough one. If Cheryl sees her bingo here, that would be fantastic. Acrogen would be available, or Cheryl Melvin, but that's a really tough find. First, have to know the word, and you also have to anagram it. This one is not easy to anagram, so she's going to go with conger, which is definitely a very good option. That will score 24 for her. And we'll go back to Winter, who's got bifolic, which might be a word. I don't think it is, but even if it is, it doesn't actually fit. No, trifolia. Trifolia is a word? Is it? Yeah, trifolia, but not trifolic, so no bifolic. Bifrolic, also not a word. So yeah, kind of a weird decision for Winter, but he's gonna play Follison. Is that valid in this lexicon? It is not. That would be good with an A, Folassin. And we'll see if Cheryl lets this go. Does look like she isn't holding. I played Cheryl a few times over the course of the weekend, and I felt like maybe she could have challenged a couple of things that I played, most of which were words. But yeah, this one not a word. I did get away with one phony against Cheryl this weekend. It was Pringle. I wasn't sure if Pringle was a word or just a chip. But yeah, this does get by. This looks like a word, but it isn't. And back to Cheryl, who's going to have some decent options with her J. Although she had a huge incentive to challenge this word because Jantiest was available for her through that N. Oh, are we going to see this? No, people were just talking about this. Oh my goodness. That is not valid. Wait, why were people chatting about this phony in the chat? Who was talking about this word? Yeah, somebody said gist. So we're gonna see the challenge cam, our favorite. By the way, for those unaware, challenge cam, my idea. One of my best ideas ever. I love the challenge cam. But yes, unfortunately, for Cheryl, This is coming off. And Winter's going to get a free turn. Now, will he take full advantage? He doesn't actually have a bonus here. Sorry about that. He's going to play Billow. Don't play Billower. Oh, he's playing Billower. Cheryl, please challenge Billower. Please. Please challenge Billower. No. Oh, this is carnage. Oh, I don't like this at all. This is, of course, 5-point challenge. Only costs 5 points to check something. But as we know, as I know from extra personal experience, even in this tournament, sometimes you just don't challenge a phony. And this is 2. Winter has not played a single valid word this game. And yeah, Cheryl, not incentivized to challenge, trusts that her higher rated opponent would not play a phony in 5-point challenge, but psychology is strong. Psychology is very strong. Winter, who finished second in the main event, trounced me 3 times. Probably beat Cheryl a bunch of times as well. You hate to see it. You hate to see it. Cheryl's going to play Jet. Keep AEIST. Very nice. Very nice lead. And back to Winter, who is hopefully just going to play a real word this time. Now, what's funny is I don't actually think that Winter was fully confident in either of these 2 words. I don't think that he's fully either side of things. I think he was unsure of both words. Maybe he thought Folison was good, actually. And Billower could go either way. But I think that Winter didn't think Folison was phony. But maybe that would be worth asking him about. But I don't think he has like the worst malicious intentions you could imagine someone having of just trying to mercilessly phony. He's going to play Coney. It would have been fun to see him play Journey from that J, just to keep that lone E, but he's playing cagier. Maybe he didn't see Journey. Maybe he's scared of the triple. In either case, this is a strong play. 29 points, benefiting from that E hook on Cheryl's most recent play of Jet. And Odious on Cheryl's rack. Toasty is also a word. Ostiate is also a word. None of those play. Except Ostiate, actually. Ostiate plays with conies. Godius plays from the G. Anything play from the R? Toastier. I could just check my engine, but I'm trying to play real Scrabble here, folks. Okay, there's one more playable bingo other than the 2 I mentioned. And that's acetate through the C, but that's like ridiculous. So we're gonna see Jotas. 426. Worth mentioning, there is around a 700-point rating gap between these 2 players. So certainly Cheryl is a huge underdog. But she beat, I don't know if you guys know this, Cheryl Melvin beat Adam Logan in the main event. So anything can happen. Cheryl can play a very good game. She gets the right stuff. Yeah, maybe after this game, she'll be a little bit less lax on pressing that stop button. So Winter's going to try Gravurd, which is again not a word. He's hesitating now, though. So maybe he thought it was a word. He's going to take it back. Maybe he thinks he's not going to get away with it. Okay, I'm glad to see him take that back. But yeah, Cheryl upsetting Adam Logan, who was rated around 1,000 points higher. Just goes to show the game of Scrabble is not as unforgiving as it looks sometimes. Sometimes you can beat someone much better than you. That's why we play. That's why people at all levels play each other. Even people who are happy with where they are at their level of play are happy to play against higher rated players because there's a chance they'll win. So Cheryl has drawn to her IES, has drawn ADIT, which is pretty nice. She does have another very tough play. We'll go through that to see if Conger Assidiest plays. And it looks like she might have found it. Maybe. But if she does see Assidiest, it's not a guarantee that that's a valid word. Acidy. Now, a lot of these players that play in CSW in North America have played the North American dictionary for many, many, many years. And yeah, there are some words that don't compare that are adjectives, like acidy is an adjective in the North American lexicon, but does not compare. In the international lexicon, it does. And usually that's the case, but not always. So sometimes it's hard to know if you haven't studied a word, whether it's valid, whether this adjective compares. But acidy sounds like an adjective that should compare. But I don't know if Cheryl's going to be able to pull the trigger. So I've gotten word. I didn't actually realize this. Not only did Cheryl beat Adam Logan, the best Canadian Scrabble player probably of all time, she also beat Terry Kang, a very strong expert level player, and Matthew Tunnicliffe, who's also rated 2,100, 2,000, almost 1,000 points higher than Cheryl. Back to back to back. This game doesn't seem to be going her way, but again, just goes to show that you guys might think, oh, this is so unfair. Winter's just, walking all over her with these phonies. But really, it's not. She had the capacity of challenging these phonies off. She just happened not to this time. So Dib comes down. Is Winter's response. Instead of fur, it's keeping 2 R's. Not a huge fan of that. It is 6 more points than fur to play fum, but I think I might have gone with fur instead. Although it makes sense to not want to throw that R out there. The R is definitely a better bingo tile than the M, but that shouldn't stop Cheryl here from finding her word magister from the M, or migrates as well. 2 common English words. I expect she'll spot one of those. Yeah. Once again, if you're just joining, welcome. Game 2 of 5, the Montreal Scrabblefest Late Bird. It is Monday. It is not a holiday in our city, so there's lots of traffic this morning getting into the venue. And stuff is happening. So you might hear some background noise. I'm in the hotel mezzanine level, but people are working. It is a holiday in the US. It is a holiday, I think, in the rest of Canada as well, but not in Quebec. So let's see if Cheryl is able to spot Magister. As she does. Very nice. 86 points. Bringing her back into things. With Winter drawing PUE to his EERR leave. And he's not really going to have any great options here. He's only up 40, despite his first 2 turns being bonies that he got away with. One of which was 84 points. This is sort of why sometimes you have to take risks, even against the underdogs. And because, if Winter hadn't played Follison or Billower, his letters weren't so great. Cheryl's have been very, very good. Pretty much every turn she's had very good letters. So if she was able to get ahead a little bit earlier, Winter would be behind. So it makes sense why he wants to take some risks, but that also explains why sometimes those risks don't pay off and you get upset. Like you get upset or upsetted. Is upsetted can't be a word. But I mean, somebody beats you who you would normally beat. I don't know what the numbers are for like points difference or the ratings difference, but I think Cheryl will beat Winter 1 in 8 times or something. 1 in 7. She's drawn a blank. First blank of the game. She's drawn some weird stuff with it. She's going to want to play off AYU or something like that. Very useful word. AYU. That would play with ARE. Could also consider scoring a little bit more. I think she's thinking of playing ARE and ANY. That would score 15. There's a nice option of UE, UEY, which is, of course, for you Americans, that's a U-turn. And that's a word, of course, in the international lexicon. That would play with Magistery. Don't expect many players to see that. But Yuan coming down. This is a great play. 19 points. Cheryl, this might be her best play, actually. Setting up a lane for herself. Unfortunately, also for Winter, he's going to get first blood. He's going to play one of 2 7-letter words, Tentier or Nettier. Let's place our bets as to which. I think Nettier. What do you guys think? Also, for those wondering, playing room is pretty empty at this point, but I think there are 14 players total, 10 in the WoW lexicon, and Winter having some trouble here. Styles. Love to see it. Yeah, 10 players in the WoW division and 4 in the Collins division. 8 US players. And I was right, Nettier is played. As Cheryl's on the X. So she's still going to be jabbing at Winter, despite being down over 100 at this point. After that bingo. Scores are now 297 to 185. Cheryl can play Borax through the R of Nettier for a nice 40. Or she can just play Ox underneath. She she's looking at right now. That's 38. But Winter, oh my God, would not want that I to be blocked. So if Cheryl plays Borax instead of Ox, Winter is going to get down an incredible 8-letter word of Vanquish through that I. But I think Cheryl is pretty set on wanting to play Borax, wanting to play Ox. Maybe not. Oh, this is crazy. This is suspenseful. She's looking at Box up top. That would allow Vanquish. That's also a very strong play. 39. She's turning the board. Yeah, she's turning the board to play Box upside down. Oh no. Oh, Winter's gonna be so happy. Wow. I hope he spots this. I assume he will. Yes. Oh my goodness. This is crazy. Vanquish on stream. 73. Cheryl's smiling. You love to see such a low probability common English word come down. Wow. Oh no for Cheryl. Oh yes for Winter. Amazing. Well spotted. It was so close to getting blocked too. That's crazy. I don't even know what to say. That's one of the coolest plays I've seen in a long time on stream. And yeah, once again, apologies for the background noise. I am in a public space in the hotel venue, and there's a really annoying high-pitched noise in the background that for you guys is kind of soft, but for me is quite loud. So if you're annoyed by it, just remember that I'm far more annoyed than you are. So yeah, back to Cheryl, who's now down, unfortunately, a large margin of 146 points. She's spotted a Ionian, which is very nice. It does not fit on the board. So she's going to have to find something else. Doesn't have any playable bonuses. So we might see something like AN at the top, making AB and Nod. It scores well, 22. Hope for some consonants. And Winter's drawn extremely well. He's going to be able to score massively with that Z on his rack. Or at least balance his tiles super well. Now, does anyone know if there are any extensions to the word vanquish? Like out vanquish? That can't be a word. Over. Probably not. But that'd be nice. So, at least for Cheryl, there is some respite in the fact that that Sea of Conger is still open. Although, not anymore. I'm going to say that could be a buffer for her. Try and get back in this game. If she played an 8-letter word from the sea, that would open a lot of space. But she plays Canoe. That opens space on the top. Balances her rack. And unfortunately for her, she just gave Winter 62 points as an overlap. See if he finds Pized, P-I-Z-E-D. Fits so nicely over the A-N-O-E. He's first going to try to start with the Z. Because if you can start with the Z, you can score 80 plus in that spot. But yeah, best play for Winter, I think. He's Pized. He could also play EI ZED for 2 more points. Probably worth keeping the E here. I know you guys can't see the pool, but it's a little bit consonant heavy, Winter's perspective. So it would be wise for him to hold back a little bit, take a 2-point sacrifice, but he's not going to do that. He's going to take the maximum score, which is, hard to argue with in most cases. That'll be 64 for Winter, with Cheryl still having that blank. She's had it since after Magister. Has not been able to put it to use. Hasn't had a playable bingo at all. But there are a couple of words playable for her here after Peist, as Winter takes almost 200-point lead. He's on hold as well. So we'll see if she ends up challenging. Doesn't look like it. Yeah, a couple of things she can play here. Play idealism through the D. She could play a couple things through the R, like imperial. These are common words, but not the easiest finds, especially with the blank. There's also a weird word of milliare. Milliare. Also plays with the R of Medier. We'll see if she's able to find one of these. From her perspective, 6 tiles in the bag, so definitely not the best time to play a bingo. Because if you imagine emptying the bag with 6 tiles, it'll be Winter's turn, he'll have 7, Cheryl will have 6, she won't be able to bingo again. He'll have first dibs at the end game. But still probably her best bet to cut her losses here. Once again, thanks everyone for joining. This is the Late Bird, the final throws of the Montreal Scrabblefest. Don't forget to like and subscribe. If you're on YouTube, if you're on Twitch, hello. We're multi-streaming this on 2 platforms. Much appreciated. I very much appreciate Let's Play Scrabble for doing that. I think that all tournaments should be streamed on as many platforms as possible, if possible. But welcome in. We're in Montreal. This is the annual Montreal Scrabblefest, 3rd of its name. Had some awesome coverage over the weekend. Got 14 players left that are just in for as much Scrabble as possible. As LEI comes down, Cheryl. Some nice score. Don't know if she's going to be able to bingo next turn after that, though. So we'll see. 3 tiles in the bag from Winter's perspective. Nothing huge to worry about necessarily. He'll probably make a 2-tile play unless he has a very high score. Maybe something like OH on the top, making Opa and Hen. I scored 32. He's obviously home free. He's been home free for a while. Once he played Vanquish, that was pretty much the game. But he'll try to win by as much as possible, because not only do your wins count in Scrabble tournaments, also the margin of victory and loss. He's won his first game by 265. I'm going to try to match that this game. I don't think he'll get that close. But yeah, he's definitely the favorite to win this Late Bird event, given that I have deferred playing in favor of commentating. But also, I played Winter 4 times during the Scrabblefest. And I won only one. And I don't even have to say that to you guys, because you guys were watching that game. That's the only game you guys saw between me and Winter. So those other 3 games might as well not have happened. So yeah, 3 in the bag. Winter looks like he's considering playing all 3, which would be surprising at the very least. One of the things that we learn pretty early on in terms of strategy in Scrabble is if you don't have to, don't empty the bag. Don't give your opponent full knowledge of your letters, and don't give them first dibs on the endgame. Endgame can be very, very beneficial to the player going first. They'll often get an extra turn, and with that, an extra 30 or 40 points on average. As things dwindle, like I said, like and subscribe. You can now join the Let's Play Scrabble YouTube channel as a member. If you want to directly support what they do, which I don't know why you wouldn't want to do that. The only question is if you can shell out some cash for it. Every membership is appreciated. I see some people with that nice star in the chat. Will Anderson, Brentus, just hit 4,000 subscribers. Love to see it. And who's streaming the most Scrabble tournament content in the world? It's of course Let's Play Scrabble. Can't be anyone else. Yes, 14 players in the late bird. Yeah, four players in the CSW lexicon, 10 in the WoW lexicon. We got some strong players in the WoW lexicon. So we're probably going to feature them for the last 3 rounds. As Winter is taking his sweet time. I don't blame him. But OH seems pretty obvious to me. Cheryl is sitting on AA, IM, RW blank. So she'll be able to do something with that. Winter is playing 5 tiles here. Surprising. Maybe he saw a threat that we're not seeing here in the room. But yeah, that does set up alum for Cheryl if she sees that hook. Immediately. Yeah, Winter's got to regret that for sure. That was a huge, huge equity blunder by Winter. This is going to score 50 points for Cheryl Melvin. Very well spotted. Basically, like in your face, you just spent 5 minutes on this turn when you're up 200 points. Well, you just gave me 50 points, baby. Yeah. At least there was that. A nice way to finish off this unfortunate game for Cheryl. He's hitting the 300 barrier. Winter's shaking his head like, I didn't see that. That was dumb. A little bit of karma, I have to say, for those phonies. As somebody who does phony, and I'm okay with it, it's certainly part of the game. People that say otherwise are not playing Scrabble, they're playing something else. Still, You do something like Paulson below, where I really feel like something's gonna nip you later on. Just doesn't feel right. There was a game that was played in one of the early birds where a player scored 700 points, but they were playing somebody over 1,000 points lower rated than them. Actually, no, it was somebody 600 points lower rated than them. And they scored 700 points and played 8 phony words in the process. And they were super happy. They're like, oh, 700, I'm so good. And then they realized that someone else had scored even more in the same round with 0 phonies. You guys guess who that was? It was me. I scored 740. So happy. It's my highest ever score. First ever 700 in a tournament. And I did it legitimately. That's how you do it, folks. Legitimately. You know, it feels much cleaner. I feel like if you score 700 but you phonied, it's not a real 700. As Winter's gonna play okay, I think, on the top. It's his best play by 6 points over OH, the same spot. But he has 10 minutes. He can he can just sit there for as long as he wants, trying to find something better, wallow in his sorrows of having played dots and set up a hook that he didn't see. Got to feel for the guy, right? So he'll get over the 500 point margin, or 500 point threshold, I mean. That's 504 for Winter. Back to Cheryl with AI blank, who has an amazing outplay. If she sees it, magisterial for Magister. That would be a beautiful way to put some icing on this beautiful cake of a game where Vanquish was played. Let's forget the earlier phonies because Vanquish really made up for it. Imagine she plays Magisterial. That would be so cool. It's not her highest scoring outplay though. But her higher scoring outplays are, I guess you could play Sai, S-A-I, under the OE of Canoe, making Zaya and Ios. That's your highest scoring outplay. But it's neither here nor there at this point. She's going to play AI blank. Oh, we need that blank camera. We need that blank slip camera. What's it going to be? M. Alrighty. Aim is the play. 12 points. That'll bring the final score in this game. 334 Cheryl Melvin, 504 Winter. And can I just mention, I love how Winter is just Winter, comma. Those who don't know, Winter is very, very fun person. Anyways, let's go to the overhead cam, see what they're saying, or overhead mic, excuse me.
179, I think.
Yeah. I think I probably should have just played off 2 tiles.
Yeah, giving yourself a full
I think I
round.
mistracked.
I
For
did
some reason, I
mistrack.
thought there was another D. And if I know that if I'm sure that I have the last D, then OH here probably makes more sense.
Mm-hmm.
But, and then you'll play the W and maybe even reach here.
At
So it
one
looked
point,
risky.
I was thinking of just going here. I was going to go MA, but then I wouldn't have gone out, so it's okay.
And of course, I think Shen is also good. And
Oh,
if
is
you
it?
have the blank, I saw possibilities for more possible. too many possibilities to make it
I
worthwhile.
had the
But
blank a long time too.
playing off 2 tiles would have made it harder for you.
Yeah, I was kind
But
of
I-
happy to see that Alu.
I
Yes. Yeah,
I finally decided that I wasn't gonna. There was really almost no chance that I was gonna get another bonus down. So I was just trying to optimize my spread, and that wasn't it. That was not it.
That was not it, says Winter, as they fill out the results slip in this game 2 of 5. Montreal Scrabblefest late bird. Welcome. Thanks for being here. I'm Josh Sokol. Stream being produced by Let's Play Scrabble. Josh Greenway is doing all of the heavy lifting behind the scenes. Huge thanks to him. Huge thanks to everybody that's watched over the weekend that's here for the finality. So next game, get excited. We're going to take a little bit of a break. Annette Overstat playing Ryan Shapita. We've already seen this matchup in the main event, but it's always a pleasure to watch these two play. They play so much outside of tournaments and inside of tournaments. In any case, we'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Rebonjour et bienvenue. Sorry, excuse me. That was wrong language. Welcome back to the early bird, late bird. I don't even know how to speak English anymore. Welcome back to Montreal Scrabblefest. I'm Josh Sokol. I'm your anchor today. This is the game 3 of 5 of the final games of the Montreal Scrabblefest. It's very sad coming to a close, but we have Ryan. I was going to say Ryan Oberstad. Ryan Chapita and Annette Oberstad are playing a game today, right now. They're ready. We can really just get into it, like, yeah, why not? See the classic bow. I really like Ryan's hairstyle. I wonder if he could like do something similar with like a bow or something. Probably not. Anyways, let's not talk about physical attributes of players much longer. But yeah, if they're ready to play, let's play Scrabble. Both players have won their first games. I don't know what happened in round 2, but they played as well in the main event. I also don't know what happened in that game. If anybody was watching, they can refresh my memory or create my memory of what happened in their game. Annette going first. This is a WoW game. Back to the North American lexicon. And so let's get started. Annette has drawn ENOORTZ. That's almost very, very good. It is quite good. And that's found by far best play of Trues. 48 Zoner was also possible for the same score. Much worse two-tile leave of TO. And much worse positionally. So very nice play to start things off. And Ryan himself is drawn into a blank S rack, but not going to have anything immediately as a bingo, but he'll be able to just play Zoe I. Very easy. Keeping AS blank. Both players have made their best plays very quickly. Love to see it. See what's been drawn by Annette. Oof. Well, that's a bad draw. That's 5 consonants. That's unfortunate. So, probably for Annette now, the best thing to do would be to play something like flown or flow or flew, something like that. She's spotted flew actually fully overlapping the OEAE, which is pretty nice. That's probably her best play. It's 32 points. I don't think it's worth keeping the E and scoring a little bit less. Something like flaw through the A. But it's always good to keep that one vowel just in case you draw even more consonants. I think flew is the best play. Flawed also possible through the A, but that's super dangerous. I wouldn't do that, and I wouldn't recommend that. So flew comes down. Like I said, 32 points, giving that an 80-28 lead. Back to Ryan, who we saw 2 rounds ago, defeating Joel Horn. If we can get an update on the actual standings after round 2, that'd be awesome. But directors are working hard. Make sure these games are running smoothly. Much appreciated. Yeah, so Ryan, close to some stuff, but nothing fantastic right now. I don't think he's going to do this. He might, but he could play Gel, Jell, through that EL to set up his S and his blank. The issue with that is that also sets up an O hook and a Y hook that Annette might have. Gel would have actually worked out phenomenally somehow. Annette doesn't have any of the other hooks, but instead of Jarl, And that scores 24 and opens a triple. Annette has drawn into some 7-letter words, but only an 8-letter word plays here. And it does inhibit the triple, luckily for her, because actually I don't know if Ryan has a triple with these 2 blanks, but I can imagine that he might. Something ship. Bullship. Bellhops almost. Publish. Anyways, doesn't matter. Trending is Annette's only bingo. She spotted it. And Ryan's going to respond with something. I have no idea what. Because these 2 blank racks are sometimes ridiculous. I think I'm going to rely on the engine here to tell me what to do for Ryan. According to the engine, 1 playable bingo now for Ryan Chapita. And it's not a Scrabble word, it's a chess word. That's your hint, folks. Ooh. Our producer, Josh, has messaged me saying he sees it. Very nice. I hope it's true. Bishoped to the D in trending. Nice find by Mike Baker in the chat. That is Ryan's only playable bingo. If he doesn't see that, things are a little bit tricky. I mean, you have to be happy of 2 blanks, but you'd have to do something like SIB or SIP, making flues. Or, yeah, something like this, ship, making Jews. So, that's 32, keeps B blank blank. And Annette's post-bingo draw is hilarious. She's going to have to decide if it's worth keeping most of this stuff and playing QI for 21 to the I in trending, or if it's just too bad, it's too far gone, and exchanging is the way to go. If she does play QI, that might block Ryan. No, he'll have stuff like Acrobat and Oft. But yeah, this would be, I mean, Annette's definitely doing fantastically here. Scores being 143 to 84 after the play of ship. But if she plays QI and then gets bingoed on, she's not going to do much after that to control her lead. So I think this is a great choice, keeping PS. And the reason she's keeping PS rather than RS or TS or RST or any of the other possibilities is that I in trending. She has that P to play PI, and if she draws a certain combination of letters, such as EA, she'll be able to utilize that scoring spot. She hasn't. She's drawn 1 vowel and 5 and 4. I know how to count. 1 vowel and 4 consonants to go with her lead, but I think that was a very good decision by Annette. And Ryan has spotted Acrobat, it looks like. You never know, really, because those blanks could both be different tiles in his head. But he's going to play boat, which makes perfect sense. He could have played a really cool word, jackboot, through the O of trues, but boat deals with the big scoring spot, cuts into the deficit. Ryan's now only down 20 and keeps both blanks on a board that Annette cannot fully control. If Ryan draws into some decent letters, he will not be able to be stopped with both these blanks. Boat also creates a nice bingo lane ending in T. So very, very heads-up decision by Ryan Chapita for going the bingo. Last turn, he might have forgone the bingo because he didn't see it. But this turn, definitely, I think, correct to do what he did. People ask, people trying to get good at Scrabble, they often ask, when is it appropriate to pass up a bingo, pass up those nice 60, 70, 80 points? And really, there's no perfect answer to that sort of question. But if you have 2 blanks or 1 blank, and you have a high-scoring play that keeps the blank or the blanks, that's when you can start considering it. And that's exactly what Ryan did. Most people would be happy with 75, 70 points. Ryan was happy with 39. So net play is odd. I'm interested in this play because it does a good job at keeping the board closed, but the BGPS leaves a lot to be desired. But I guess there wasn't really much else to do. Yeah, I think another good decision. The problem is, if anything ends in ST, it will still fit. So if Annette played something like pods or bods in that same spot, playing an extra consonant off, but also getting rid of her S, that would have been a little bit more defensive, just because it would have inhibited the N of trending and prevented stuff ending in ST to the T in boat, while only giving back a marginal lane next to the P or the B with that play. I think that might have been potentially a better choice. I'm not really sure. That's kept the S. We have mentioned that flew does take an S. Weird word, but FLEWS and SH by itself is 32 points. If you draw an O or an E, you get 34. If you draw a Y, you get 40. So that could have been part of Annette's thought process. And back to Ryan with COUIE blank blank. He's down 43. And his bingos suck. You can get 60 or 58 by something like eduction to the end. But better than that is once again passing up the bingo with LOUPE, which he doesn't spot. He spots something similar. UPO for 15. LOUPE was 24. So despite giving up his E, that would have been a far better choice. But no matter. CEI blank blank should materialize into something that he can consider playing. Or he can consider just not playing it once again. A very fascinating game so far. Back to Annette, who has drawn a couple of vowels. And like I said, she has 32 on tap for flues and SH. I don't like the leave. But the thing about if you just drop the S is if Annette draws one of those E's, and from her perspective, there are 6, 7 E's left in the bag. If she just drops the S and draws an E, she's threatening bleeping through the N and trending. So that is one reason to maybe just take the points. But she has no reason to believe that Ryan has both blanks. So she's considering playing something like being, or maybe even bling through the N in trending. Bling might be slightly better. She might not be sure if bling takes an A hook, which it doesn't. Holding on to that E would have been a bit better defensively and for the leave. But being comes down, blocking the board even further. She still has that lead. But yeah, like I said, little does Annette know, Ryan should now come back with a very, very strong 91-point Danciest, which he's lined up almost certainly to the T of boat and jump into the lead. And this next draw for Annette's going to be crucial. So you see Ryan circling the blanks before he plays them. Where do you land in that very, very heated debate in the Scrabble community? Do you put the word on the board, then designate the blanks? Or do you designate the blanks, then put the word on the board? I know where I land. I'd like to hear your guys' thoughts, if you have any. If you don't have any, that's okay too. That's the most normal opinion to have is none. So Ryan's drawn. Ryan's played Danciest for 91. That'll bring him to 229 to Annette's 184. So Annette's down 45 now out of nowhere. And she's drawn into Magilps. Magilps. That is a word. Does not fit on the board. Very unfortunate. She probably knows that word too. So things have gotten very tricky now. What do you do if you're Annette? You play something short like gap above the BE of being. Play glam in that same spot. Play a bit longer. Is there something to the A of Danciest? That'd be very nice. Not really sure here. She's going to probably take a little bit of time here. Figure it out. The top two plays recommended by the engine are Flues and SH. Once again. And dropping the G between Dawn and the A of Jarl for Donga for 7, which engine doesn't understand that this board is very closed. So engine's like, oh, I love AILMPS. That's a great 6-tile leave. You draw into so many bingos with that leave. No, you don't. Not on this board. Engine wrong. So yeah, she's looking at Gam. Gam would set up an O hook of Ogum. Would also set up the triple with an A, making AG. Gap is a similar idea. Do you keep the P or the M? It's always kind of difficult when you have both. Do you keep an M? The M is usually a more flexible tile that you can use to sort of deal with some bad draws and overlap. The P is usually a little bit more dynamic. You can draw more bingos with it most of the time. Maybe some high-scoring longer words. Gam is chosen. And this is a little bit more open, like we said. There is a hook, the O hook. So that might be part of Annette's reasoning. She's down now. She's gone from playing defensively to playing a little bit aggressively with her deficit. Now back to Ryan with a bunch of junk. Where are the vowels in this game? I guess Zoe I. But I feel like there aren't that many consonants left. Yeah, 20 vowels. 20 vowels and 20 consonants from Ryan's perspective. So pretty vowel heavy. Normally the distribution starts at 42 and 54. And Annette hasn't drawn a vowel either, so I think we're going to see some unbalanced draws continue throughout the rest of this game for both players. And it's interesting. I mean, Ryan's rack is terrible. It's a similar situation to Annette when she exchanged 5 earlier in the game. Do you want to just play QI for 11? To that I in Danciest? No, you don't want to, but maybe you have to. Do you exchange? Do you keep the Q? What do you do? Engine suggests playing QI for 11. Or playing micro to the O and trues, which I think is a pretty bad play. opening a lot of space to no avail, and then exchanging. So if you exchange, there's no blanks to go for. There are 3 S's, so you might want to exchange 6, keeping an R or something like that. But honestly, on this board at this score, it's hard because there's some scoring spots available that were just opened by Annette that you're nowhere close to using those if you're Ryan. The O hook on Ogum, the A, G lane in the middle left. So we're seeing KI just to score really well. It's the best score I think that Ryan has in the position. This would be a much better play in Collins to set up QIN, but that's not a word in this lexicon. And maybe CWM, there's some hope for that coming down at some point. And a U and an I, that's a great draw for Ryan. He's drawing the U to go with this Q. So Annette would like to use that hook, play something with Vin, but the only thing she can do is VIS in that spot, which honestly is pretty good. It's 24 points, keeps another S. She's got to wonder what Ryan's up to with that play. Maybe he's just scoring, but it's a little weird. Okay, she's just dropping the S now. That I don't quite get. I would have gotten rid of the V here. Oh, she also had Spiv. Oh, Spiv in the same spot, making Ska and Pin. It looks like Ryan has her on hold. So maybe that's part of it. Oh, he's challenging. Wow, amazing. Could this have been a bluff or a fake bluff by Annette? Wow. Oh, Ryan's gonna be so surprised. Yeah, he's not happy about that. Incredible. Okay, so Ryan's gonna lose a turn. What's funny is there's some meta game here going on, I think. As you might know, Annette Oberstad is not a native English speaker. So sometimes there'll be words that native English speakers know that she doesn't. But that also gives her advantage with stuff like flues, because flu, native English speakers like that's just S since apply. But she knows it takes an S because it's a Scrabble word. Ryan doesn't. So love comes down for 18. That seems by far best for Annette. And back to Ryan, who's now down 1 point, 253 to 254. What does one do with this rack? Quit. Quinn was blocked. Win was blocked. That was a really bad time to lose a turn. And I think Ryan knows it. Is he thinking of Mucro? Maybe now you play micro? Maybe now you exchange? That U actually hasn't helped the Q at all. There's still no place to play the Q. Unless you want to play quit to one of those T's at the middle of the board. Quit for 16, keeping CWMR. Maybe. I don't know. Position's ugly. And yeah, apologies for the technical issues. The way that these live streams work is the commentator or one of the commentators runs a script, and there's been issues with the script all weekend long. And for me, it was working just the other day. So I don't know what has changed, but we can't get the files to sync. So we don't have unseen tiles or the infamous scrolling word definition thing. I've been trying between rounds desperately to get that to work, but I'm not a programmer, and I don't know what's wrong. I've never experienced this. Anyways, we have the score updated. That's really nice. Pretty much all we need. I can give you guys information on the unseen letters. Like I said earlier, it's pretty heavy on the vowels. Right now, from Annette's perspective, 15 vowels, 16 consonants, and 2 Ys. Y is not a consonant, Y is not a vowel. So it doesn't count. It's special, just like the blank. Yeah, very nice find of Rosehip by Annette, but sort of a waste of time to find your bingo here. There's nowhere to put it. But obviously, it's a good thing to see the words on your rack. Yeah, fuzz, possible, making ABO or making OGAM. I thought it was interesting that Annette could just play her H, making sh, which is either your favorite or your least favorite sound to hear at a Scrabble tournament. What camp do you land in? Oh, Theo, that's a beautiful find. New word. Did not see that. That's 31 points. Gotta be best for Annette. And Ryan held for a minute. I think he's accepted. It's a little bit of dictionary confusion among North American players, given that there's around 100 to 200 differences, 2 to 8 letters long, between the WoW lexicon and the NWL lexicon. So some of the words in one are not valid in the other, and vice versa. But Fio, I believe, is in both. They're laughing. It's always good to see them laughing, because people aren't having fun. What are they doing at a Scrabble tournament? You know what I'm saying? And they're comfortable. They've been on stream a lot. They play each other all the time. Ryan lives in Ottawa, Annette in Las Vegas. Don't get to see each other that often. Might as well make the best of it. Back to Ryan, who's drawn really well. He's drawn AEE. I did say that there are a lot of vowels to draw, but AEE is a massive draw. Probably one of, if not the best draw that Ryan could have gotten after quit. Play something like Cream, PA and HM. That scores really well. I have to see that HM possibility though. It's 33. You'd want to play something with AG. I don't think there's a 5-letter word that does that. That ends in A. Engine suggestion is WAME, W-A-M-E, making P-E, keeping C-E-R, which is very strong. I think Cream is a better play. Although that sets up the S hook. Maybe not. There are 2 S's unseen from Ryan's perspective. It's a really close game. And if you play Cream, you're basically hoping for an S. If you don't draw an S, then when is that ever getting blocked? You imagine putting the C one slot short of the triple word score line. It's really hard to imagine that getting blocked. So maybe, yeah, maybe Wayne would be a better play, given that. Tough decision for Ryan. Personally, I don't like throwing things all up in the air, setting up a hook I don't have, and basically saying, if I don't draw this hook, I'm going to lose, probably. Yeah. You'll probably see Wayne come down. So apparently, we've got some information being shared about how many games outside of this tournament Annette and Ryan have played, or at least total. And this weekend, apparently, they have played 30 games. 30. Does that make any sense to anybody? 30 games during a tournament. I believe it. I know how much Annette plays. She plays non-stop. 30 games. Oh my goodness. That's stamina. So instead of Wame or Cream, I was going to suggest this. We see Cram. More defensive. This also creates an S-hook, but way less dangerous S-hook. Keeps EWE behind, which is not great, but you're setting up EW with RE and PAW. So I like this decision by Ryan. Taking a 15-point lead now, 300 to 285. And he's drawn more consonants and a Y. Those vowels are going to come late. So back to Annette. EIIORSX. What to do here? You want to play off IX at a minimum. But there's nowhere to play XI. I don't know. I don't think you can really play Oxic to the C. That does good things for you, keeps EIRS, which is very strong, but it opens up humongous counterplay and also inhibits your S-hook on Scram, which there's no telling if Ryan actually has that. I kind of like just playing EX and RE and PAX here. It's 34 points. Definitely far, far worse of a lead. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Setup time. Look at this play by Annette Oberstad. 14 points, but setting up that huge X both ways. And Ryan, I think, knows what's up. I think he knows her game well enough to see what's going on here. But can he do anything about it? There's nothing he can do about it, really. He's going to play Newly. Benefit to leaving this setup open is if Annette does use it, she's opening a big triple. Unless she's able to draw like a C for Cox or a V. But we know the second V is on Ryan's rack. So yeah, she will be able to use that setup, but she's going to have to potentially suffer some counterplay as a result. So what do you do here now? OX, AX, TAX, TUX. I guess you have to play Tux. Get rid of the U. The U is hard to overlap. Tux and XI. 51. But yeah, that was a beautiful play by Annette. Problem is, Ryan's up 31. So Annette's play is going to put her up 20 temporarily, but if Ryan's able to come back with something like Varia, he'll be up a lot of points after that. So Tux comes down. And Varia, I think, sure to come next. VARIA making AT. That's 42. What a close game. From Ryan's perspective now, 7 tiles in the bag. So Varia leaving 2 in the bag is ideal. Leaving some fog of war for Annette to deal with and pretty much forcing her to empty the bag. So I think things are going very nicely in Ryan's favor. And that's going to have a very tough decision on her hands. From her perspective, the unseen tiles are EEE, NNO, RTT. So I'm going to put that in the Twitch chat as well as in the YouTube chat for you guys to look at. So the good thing for Annette is that because there are no scoring tiles unseen to her, she doesn't have to worry about super high scores. Bad thing is she's down 22. And her highest scoring play that seems reasonable is 4 A's through the R of Icier, which will temporarily put her up 6 points. But it's going to give a lot of counterplay potentially to Ryan. But I think the more I look at it, the better it looks for Annette. If she does that, she's somewhat likely to win. The problem is, are there any bingos unseen? Does she have to worry about that? There is one bingo unseen to her, but it's pretty unlikely. ENT, ENTE. French word, entente. And that would fit making 8 in the top middle of the board. Ryan doesn't have that, so we're not going to have an underwhelming finish here if Annette doesn't block that line. But looks like she's retracking. She's only got 6 minutes left. This is a tough position. Hopefully she'll have enough time to have a look at what might happen if she plays 4 A's. Yeah, the score right now is 350 to 372. But if she plays 4 A's, it'll be 378 to 372. And I think that would result in a win for Annette. Or maybe not. Yeah, I think so. I'm just looking at the end game now. But she doesn't know that. It's going to be really close a lot of the time after 4A. She has to draw an outplay. And that's not a guarantee. So yeah, it's going to be a picture or a photo finish here for sure. Regardless. But you'd like to see 4As. That seems like the most logical play. Keeps AS. You're going out with so many of the draws. You're drawing 2 tiles. But keeping the vowel and the consonant, especially with the S, is going to help you go out. I don't even know if there's a single draw. There's probably at least 1 or 2 draws that Annette can get after 4As that don't win her the game. I mean, other than if Ryan has entente. So if instead of the R, Ryan has that T, then he's winning the game. But unseen to Annette is OT. That's what she's going to draw. She doesn't know that. She doesn't know what Ryan has. But she's got the letters for 4As lined up. She could also play Ofe on the top. Oh, she's playing Ofe's there. Actually, I don't like this. I feel like this gives back too many points for Ryan. I don't know if this is going to be good enough. It might be. It might be. It's going to be really close. Ophes and Ats. He can play a number of things like Rennet, underneath, underlapping. 25. He's up 4. Yeah, I think this was a losing play for Annette Oberstad. No, hold on. He has to be careful. If he plays tenor or rennet, Ryan's going to give back a huge underlap for Annette, and the game will end in a tie. Oh my goodness. So he only has 3 winning plays in this position, and they're not obvious. If he plays tenor instead of tenor or rennet, that will win him the game because it won't give back TAOS underneath. Wow. So Ryan has 8 minutes to figure this endgame out. He should know what Annette has. He's up 4 points, according to us. It's also possible they have the scores wrong. Annette is very public about the fact that she hates the math aspect of Scrabble and gets a lot of scores wrong. I don't know if Ryan has messed up scores either in this game. So we have the scores 368 to 372, but they might have something different, and that might make all the difference in their decision making. But if it does end up being really close, they will recount the game, I think, which is something you're allowed to do once the game is finished. 1 second. Sorry about that. So, from our perspective, Ryan needs to find one of 3 plays: tenor, which is the most obvious one, underneath the OFA, or terrine through the R of icier, either spelled E-N-E or E-E-N. And those plays will win him the game just barely. Tenor winning by 4, terrine winning by 2. But you have to be sure tenor is a word. There's a lot of words with those letters: retine, tenor, entree, eterne, E-T-E-R-N-E. So this is not at all obvious for Ryan. If he plays entree, once again, he's giving back TAOS underneath, which results in a tie. If he plays rennet or tenor, the same thing happens. Wish I had the telestrator to show you guys. But it's crucial to put an E 1 spot to the left and below that O in O phase to prevent the massive overlap. And that's what Ryan has to figure out here. So I am absolutely at the edge of my seat, figuratively, because I don't want to fall off of my chair. But yeah, let's focus on the man himself, Ryan Chepita. I always say Chepita, but I think he might say Chepita. Yeah, I just really nice hair, gotta say. So retine doesn't fit. If Ryan plays retine and OT, I will fall off my chair. Please don't do that. But yeah, a number of plays win the game. Three plays, like I said, tenor and terrine. But tenor, rennet, and entree are ties. And I believe that the players will recount in any case after what happens in this position. So Ryan down to under 4 minutes. And Annette just has to wait and see what he comes up with and respond. So this is very suspenseful stuff, folks. We are likely to get a close game whenever we see these two play. But this one's really too close for comfort. I don't think either player is comfortable right now in their respective positions. But yeah, that play of O phase instead of 4 A's. That did have some more time to consider her options there. I feel like intuitively I don't want to give back underlaps like that when I know my opponent doesn't have any scoring tiles, especially. Those underlaps are going to let him score. So it feels like a little bit rushed by Annette, but she might still come away with at least not a loss in this game. I don't think that Ryan is going to lose, but he could very well make a losing play in this position. Which is what he's doing. He's playing retenine. This is not a valid word. And Annette is challenging. And this is going to come off. Holy mackerel. What? Oh, man. This is so sad. Oh, man. Poor Ryan. Honestly. He had in the main event, I think he's a little bit traumatized. In the main event, he had a game on stream that was reversed. The result was reversed in his opponent's favor. He thought he won, but the recount showed some math mistakes. And he had another game that he lost by 1 point. Wow. This is a perfectly reasonable mistake, of course. Retinine is valid with an I, R-E-T-I-N-E-N-E, and retine is valid, R-E-T-E-N-E. R-E-T-E-N-E, yes. So perfectly understandable mistake, especially under the time pressure. And if you don't know Tiner or Terrine, this is just as good of a try, if not better.
Who plays more off? Gosh, that's so close.
I mean, Josh might know if you had a win there.
Oh, yeah, no doubt.
Yeah, because he was definitely watching.
So, what tile was the problem for me at the end? The end. The end was the problem at the end. The end.
I know, right? Gosh, of course, it was always the end.
Torture me.
Always the end. No, it was a good try in the end there.
Yeah,
I didn't even see that as a possibility. But you didn't have a choice.
Well,
I wonder if you had a win. I don't think so.
It's an interesting game. I mean,
Very interesting.
it kept going back and forth, like who had the power.
Yeah, I know.
And
I made some questionable decisions, I think. Like, I don't think people watching the stream would agree with what I did.
like my poll after Varia I was happy with it because the unseen was not very good.
Right. Yeah, I figured I just had to try to go out.
And you went out phase, and I think there's a scoring spot here,
Yeah,
but then you see what you have, and
I mean, I kept SA with that, so I figured pretty much anything I draw is going to go out. And I couldn't see any super high scoring plays like through that R. That would be good enough.
that's true. Yeah, I guess from this pool, that's
Right, I wasn't worried about scoring spots. You can't score really. As long as I go out, I probably just win.
I mean, actually, with SA,
Unless you could bingo. I was a little bit worried about a bingo fitting here, which is why I wanted to block that plane.
don't think so.
Like, you probably could have had something.
Maybe I
From
thought
my point of view, with 2 left in the pool.
it's too bad he turned didn't fit.
Yeah.
A sexy turn.
Yeah. Yeah, damn.
Yeah, you say AT. I think, is it true that every combo of two tiles makes a 4-letter word there?
I had AS.
Start with AS.
AS.
Like you have E's here, you have Dan's.
Well, if I draw two E's, I might
E's?
not. Well, erase through the R. I don't know if I have anything else if I draw two E's.
All right. Well, as the players discuss this game,
It's going to be 0.
yeah, we hear that Annette was a little bit worried about a bingo fitting in the spot she played in. Perfectly sensible decision. If you're worried about that, there was one playable bingo from Ryan's perspective. Anyways, so much to say about the game, so much to analyze. Crazy stuff. So Annette comes away with the win, 399 to 372 in round 3 of 5 of the Montreal Scrabblefest Late Bird. I'm Josh Sokol. I am anchoring this Late Bird instead of playing. And Josh Greenway is the one behind the scenes, putting everything together. Let's Play Scrabble is hosting everything. It's been a fantastic event. Please like and subscribe if you're watching this on YouTube. And if you can support, please consider becoming a member of the Let's Play Scrabble YouTube channel. You can directly support the efforts to grow Scrabble through streaming, which is something that's very, very close to my heart and probably close to a lot of your hearts. We're at 4,012 subscribers. Look at that increase every single time there's an event streamed. We see an increase in subscriptions because this is what people want to watch. Let's Play Scrabble is streaming more Scrabble than any other organization in the world. So we appreciate you watching and we appreciate your support. All right, we're going to head to break now before round 4 of 5. Thank you, everybody, for watching, and see you in just a few. Bonjour, hello, welcome back to the final day of the 2025 Montreal Scrabblefest. This is the late bird. We are going to show 2 more rounds of this this final event. 32 games over 5 days. It's been awesome. It's been fantastic. It's very sad that it's ending, but we have some standings for you guys in the WoW division. Currently, Carl Higby is in the lead, 3-0. In second place, David Spargo. Yeah, Spargo's got spread. He's got a lot of spread. He won a game by almost 500 points 2 rounds ago. So Carl's gonna need to win this one, I think, to stay in contention potentially. We might actually see a rematch next round, but let's see who has the highest average score. I think I know who it is. David Spargo, 507 average. He scored a 734 2 rounds ago. So yeah, that's something. And we also have rating gain leaders. We have all of these awesome advanced statistics, courtesy of Josh Koff. So Christine, who is finally playing. Christine's been helping organize this whole weekend. She's finally playing in this late bird. She's gained 16 rating points. She's up with 2 wins and 1 loss here. So that's amazing. It's great to see. Anyways, that was that. I hope you guys enjoy those advanced stats, courtesy of Let's Play Scrabble and Josh Koff. So without further ado, let's get into the game. We've got David Spargo going first against Carl Higby. Going first in Scrabble, I've said this before, slight advantage, not a huge advantage, similar to having white in chess. And Carl Higby, he's leading. He hasn't lost. Very, very strong player. Love to watch him play. Very unpredictable. So if they're ready, let's play Scrabble. I'm very excited to see this matchup. And we should have everything all set for hopefully for the rest of the remainder of the tournament. Remaining tiles, might have to work on those, but I think we should get the scores updated and everything. Yeah, looks good. Okay, fantastic. EELRAOK. So decent opening rack for David Spargo. He's going to be looking to maybe play a 6 or 5 letter word using that K. Don't actually see a 5 other than Raki. So maybe we'll see something like Leaker. He could also play OKE. Maybe OKE is a little bit better. Keep EALR, which is a good leave. Yeah, not the easiest opening rack for David, but decent stuff. He's likely to draw into a bingo next turn if he plays OKE. And if he plays Leaker, that'll be a little bit more defensive, score a little bit more. But he's leaving a lone O, so this rack won't be as balanced. Normally, at a higher level, my recommendation is to not take much more than a minute on your opening play, just given that it's usually the simplest decision you have during the game. There's nothing to think about other than what do I play and what do I keep. But yeah, if you take a bit more than 2 minutes on your opening play, I start to get a bit suspicious. Maybe you have a blank, maybe you have a hard decision, maybe you're just taking too long. But this is a good time usage by David Spargo. OKE for 14. I like where he played it as well, setting up fewer hooks on the double word score. And back to Carl, over to Carl, actually, for the first time. It's got AAELOPW. So not the greatest letters, not the worst letters. Immediately see something like Awa he could play with OWKA, or he can even play that with Woke. You could play paw overlapping, PAW, score a little bit more. ALOW, ALOW goes on the left of OKE. That'll score something like 23. So a few options, nothing fantastic. A wool is the anagram of ALOW. That plays with woke. He wants to keep the board a little bit open. Oh, don't play. Okay, thought he was going to play KO. Carl also dabbles in the Collins lexicon. This is a WoW game. So KO being a valid 2-letter word, I was worried for a second he was going to try that. Or not notice that he's playing that. But Awa is the play. I like this. But it doesn't block David, who was very primed and ready to play his 8-letter word of life care. So well spotted. This is only bingo, 67 points. And Carl has drawn very well. He's got playable 7-letter word of overlap. So he'll be able to come right back. That at the very least. So 81 to 20. It's also overleap, which plays through the E of life care. You can play overleap for 84, putting the P at the bottom between those two triples. Or you can be a little bit more defensive and make the E in life care the second E of overleap. But I don't think it's worth being defensive here. I think you just take the points and you play on this very dynamic board with 2 triples open. Just see what happens. So David's drawn the Z. I guess I should still be saying Z, even though most of the players in this room are American. I don't know if you guys are American. Tell me what you're watching from, actually. We might have some Canadians. Seen some Canadians in the chat, some Americans, some people from multiple different countries. Let us know where you're watching from. As Carl decides whether to play overlap with POW or whether he's sure enough of overleap to play it through the E of life care. And David, wonder what he's going to do in response. There's some, he could fall into some traps after overleap. Putsy is not a valid word. He might think it is, or he might think he gets away with it. So that might be a possibility. There might be some, he might play gauzy through the A and overleap. That comes down. Really all depends on what Carl does. So he's decided to play a little bit more defensive, playing overleap this way. This is 78 points rather than 84. And yeah, it makes sense not to want to open even more craziness on this board. We have a hold, though. This is a word, so I'm going to enter the score as if it's accepted. But we do have a hold. So people saying England, Toronto, South Africa, British Columbia, Word Focus, Massachusetts. Thanks for letting us know. Seattle as well. Welcome in, everybody. It looks like overleap has been accepted. Potentially part of the reasoning that David has for accepting this, even if he's unsure, is that overlap was playable. So when your opponent could have played something that you're sure is a word, more likely than not, the word that they did play is also valid. So let's see. Guilty is the choice by David Spargo. This is a great decision. It's 42 points. It keeps the Z behind for some potential scoring. I think by far his best choice. And unfortunately, Carl Higbee not going to Madagascar anytime soon, but you might be thinking of Antananarivo. Those geography friends out there, that was for you. Yeah, 3 N's, not what you want in this position. So luckily for Carl, he didn't open that second triple, because if he had these letters with that second triple open, he wouldn't be able to do anything about it. So that's part of the reason why he chose this placement instead. But yeah, not a great draw. I'd want to play off VNN somehow, but don't think there's a way to do that. What in the world do you have to exchange this? Probably not. Guess you could play like vent through the E and overleap. You have the T hook, you can play overleapt with something. I just hate that V. I cannot imagine keeping the V after a play here. Carl. Yeah, what a terrible draw. Anyways, it's only down 25. Game is still early. But those post bingo draws sometimes can be very, very bad or very, very good. Most of the time, players are making plays with their remaining tiles or their leave in the forefront of their minds. But when you play off all of your tiles, there's really nothing you can do to stop a bad draw from happening. So yeah, maybe exchange VNN. I really think that is a reasonable option for Carl here. He can play Van to the left or to the right of Awa, making Own and AA, keeping NNRT. That's not horrible, and that does score 22. You can play VAT and Overlapped for 26. That's his best play, or his highest score. It's not his best play, not at all. See our producer in the background. Oh no, we don't see him. I wish I had my camera up. We could see a little bit of a candid camera. Anyways, back to this game. Yeah, I don't know. I think I would exchange VNN. I'll try to bingo next turn. I'm just such not a fan of playing through this rack. We're gonna see Rant come down for 21. That's a nice way to get rid of an extra constant. And, just wade through VNN. Hopefully you get a couple of vowels next turn. It's always good to get some points on the board every turn. It's back to David, who kept that Z. Hasn't gotten a great spot for it, but he could play something like Visor from the V of Overleap for 37. He doesn't like keeping the U, or he doesn't like that the R in Visor sets up a big triple. He could play Uzo from the O for 26. Keep AILR. It's a pretty good leave. But I think in this position you want to play your Z just because you have nowhere else to score. You can't score with your other tiles, so you might as well just score now. It looks like he's seen Uzo as an option. I do slightly prefer Visor in this position, but AILR is pretty good. And the scores are close, so wanting to get the next bingo down makes sense. I guess the biggest issue with this play is it sets up an S hook. There are 4 S's unseen to David. He doesn't have any of them. And we can imagine a 50-point play coming down for Carl in response. Carl did draw an S, but the only thing he can do there is play BANNS and keep VQ, which is pretty much the worst 2 tiles you could ever imagine keeping in a Scrabble game. But it is a lot of points. BNS 38 points. Instead, we're seeing exchange this turn for Carl. Definitely a toss-up between playing through and exchanging, I guess, in the grand scheme of things. But I think 38 points for BNS is just too much to pass up. But we see the exchange come. That Q is going to come back later, potentially to haunt one of those two players. One of these two players. Potentially not. Maybe they'll get a good Q rack. So, back to David, 149 to 119. To his AILR, he's drawn HTT, which isn't going to lead to a bingo, but that H is going to help him score pretty well in that little nook between the C of life care and that A of overleap. So if he's able to spot that scoring area, play something like chit. But instead he's playing hit and overleapt. So he is sure of overleap because you wouldn't be playing hit and overleapt if you weren't sure that overleap was a word. So I guess he just had to jog his own memory there, but chit would have been 32 instead of 26. So this is definitely a missed opportunity for David Spargo. Maybe a little bit hasty. It was a weird little scoring spot there. Back to Carl, who hasn't really gotten much help. He's gotten rid of his cube. He's drawn 4 more consonants. So I think now is the time to use that Uzo's hook. Play something like Dangs. Keep TX, hope to score with the X next turn. But yeah, I think this makes perfect sense. It's 41 points. He could play his X off now. He could play Ax, Za, and Ox. But that keeps 5 consonants. It's not going to get much better than what he's just played. 1 second. Okay, sorry about that noise. So Dangs comes down for 41. And back to David, who's up by 15. He now, neither player has drawn that many vowels this game. Now he has a little bit of a weird decision on his hands. His letters are pretty good, not fantastic. But yeah, he's going to have to make a decision. Does he want to play short? Play something like off like the BY. You play like Bray through the A of Dangs and keep a decent leave. Or does he spot the B hook on Rant for Brant? So if he does, I think the best play here would be BYRL, making Brant. That's the best play I see. That would score 25, and that would keep ANT. So that's a good decision if he makes that one. If he plays Banty in the same spot, scores 2 extra points. But we might see a shorter play. We might see, like I said, Bray. There's a really cool option through the Z, Byzant. Byzantia is not a word, although I think Byzantium is. Am I making that up? If you're in Twitch, you can check. You can check my work. If I mention a word, you can use the define command. Byzantium, not a word. Not a word. Don't listen to me. Yeah, it's a weird spot for David Spargo. And depending on what he does, he's either going to make the correct play but get bingoed on, or make an incorrect play and block Carl's bingo that he's sitting on. He's lined it up. Exuviate. That would be very nice if we see it come down. The rare EXUV bingo. Or just XUV. I don't know, I had to put the E in there. How many words with VUX can you think of? Not that many. So garbly is not a word, pretty sure. But David is considering playing that from a G. We'll see. We'll see if he tries to phony Carl or if he thinks it's a word. It's a very plausible word, garbly. Okay, we see ably instead. That's a very reasonable choice. 26 points keeping NRT. It's a very good combination if you can just draw a few vowels or a couple of vowels. And back to Carl, who I think it's not going to take that long for putting down exuviate. Love to see it. Very low probability bingo. We saw vanquish with VUQ a couple games ago. Seeing exuviate now. 77 points. And David has not gotten help from the bag. Oh my goodness. More consonants for David Spargo. And he's now behind 36. So that was maybe why playing Burl was slightly better. The RNT combination, very potent, but can run into some trouble if you don't draw enough vowels. Still, very unfortunate draw. Not really sure what David's supposed to do now. Yeah. What do you do? Let's see what the engine says. Nth. NTH looks like his best option. Taking away that big triple that Exuviate just opened. But it's gotta hurt to only be able to do that. But very good that he spotted that. NTH, one of the only vowel-less words in the dictionary, sometimes can come quite in handy with racks such as these. So I think we're going to see that. And look at Carl. He's just poker-faced, stone-faced, even though he's just drawn like the most incredible post-bingo draw I've seen in months. So Nth is coming down. That's 23. David cutting into his newfound deficit. But Carl Higbee to come back for a very nice score, probably from the D and Dangs. He has 2 playable bingos from that D. Those are his highest scoring bingos. He could also just play something with katas if he doesn't want to open the right side of the board. We could play something like salties and katas for 73. That's definitely a point sacrifice, but good for the board. So if we imagine something coming down like dialects from the D, that'll open a few lanes for David. And David's drawn into a 7-letter word of craping, but there's no spot for it. I don't think he has anything through that A of life care. And I don't think dialects or diastole is going to give him any help. So although he's drawn a couple vowels, we're going to be in pretty big trouble after Carl's inevitable bingo. AEILST blank. That feels OP. Overpowered. But like I said, you have no control over what you draw after a bingo. Sometimes it's gold like this. Sometimes it's 7 consonants, or a bunch of the racks we've been seeing. VNNN, ART. Maybe things balance out over time. It's important to take your time here, though, if you're Carl, because there might be something you're overlooking. These racks sometimes have magical capacities, such as being able to play huge overlaps, disconnected 9-letter words, complete and utter insane insertion plays. And, it's not super easy to go through all the options. These high probability letters, the 1-point letters, these are the first things that we try and drill into our brains. All of the words that contain these letters, the high probability bingos, they're by far the most important bingos just because they come up so often. For an example, there are 12 E's, 9 A's, 9 I's, 6 T's, 4 L's, 4 S's. And whatever Carl chooses to make the blank is probably a pretty common letter too. And letters like the C and the P, it's only 2 of each. So you can see why the words that are contained in AEILST blank are far more important than words like craping. So they're so much likelier to appear on your rack. And not only do we try to drill these high probability words into our head, they're so hard to find even when we know them, because there are so many possibilities. If you have something like an ing and then 3 consonants, those are the easiest words to find. The word craping, anybody at pretty much any level, if they know that word, will find it. But these high probability words, like, what order are the letters in? Where is the S in the word? Where is the A? What letter am I making the blank? These racks take forever to just trudge through all the options. But the more that you study and review the high probability words, the likelier you are to be able to spend a bit less time on these positions and or miss, the less likely you are to miss the rare options that score the most points. So Carl can only play dialects and diastole from that D. I don't think he spotted either of them. But he's going to play tallies, looks like. I'm going to have to get a blank cam, but our producer in the background hasn't been at the computer, but I assume that is an L. I'll get him to confirm a bit later. That's 73. Like I said, there is a benefit to this decision. It blocks a much easier lane, and also doesn't open further lanes on the top right of the board like diastole or dialects would have. But it is a big sacrifice. I think we're going to get the blank cam in just a few seconds, just so we can confirm that letter is indeed an L. As David decides to play GNIP, very nice find. 41 points. I think by far his best play. And yes, indeed, blank cam is an L. Thank you very much. Back to Carl, who's up 45. He's drawn another S. Nice, another nice post bingo draw. Doesn't have fantastic options here. He spotted dormouse as a possibility, if only OT were a word. Really, that is the two-letter word that everyone wants to be valid. OT. Every single time. Anyways, no, that's not going to happen. Carl can score 35 if he plays Romeo's and RE. To further increases lead to 80, which is a very nice number. It's thinking about Mouser. Mouser is a word. I wouldn't be sure of that. Mouser in the same spot as 31. That top right triple. He's now spotted Romeo's. Mouser, yeah, I think Romeo's is a bit better. Scores a bit more. Keeps the U, though. The good thing is that if you draw that Q for the second time, you'll be able to use it, probably. But I like this decision. Score a lot of points. The one problem with this play is that it floats an S out there. And it's not going to be super easy for Carl to deal with that threat unless he gets specific letters. So I think David's going to be using that as sort of a crutch to try and come back here down 80 points after this play. Very unfortunate draw of IIOOW, though. It's hard to imagine a good play coming down here for Sparko. Definitely doesn't want to play WO on the top right because it blocks that S that was just opened up. With 14 tiles in the bag, Dave is going to have a couple of more turns to try and consolidate his position and get that bingo down. So we see Carl has drawn the Q along with the last S and the J. That's a pretty good draw for him. He's going to have a couple turns as well to further pad his lead with those scoring tiles. He's threatening to play QUEYS for a massive 54-point score, which David pretty much can't recover from. So OW makes the most sense here for Spargo, but that is going to get hit potentially pretty hard by Carl in this move. You can play something like JEED and OWE. He can play Equus, EQUES. I don't think you want to do that and open a big lane. If you play G'd, the J needs an O to be underlapped. If you play Equus, the E can be underlapped by a number of tiles. So I think G'd would be a stronger option here. He does probably want to adjust this spot, but he could consider leaving it open for himself. He has that QUE. If he just has one different letter, like an R or an N, he'll have 74 points for queer or queen, making OWE. So there could be something to be said about looking for a play elsewhere on the board. Maybe Carl can afford to play something like JEED through the E of overleapt for 20 and just trying to bank on a huge score next turn. The problem with that is if David does draw into a bingo underlapping OW. Oh, but Equus here. Oh, that's a fantastic idea. Equus here is even more points. This is 44. That's a beautiful find by Carl, making YOU. WE. I love this play. Yeah, very nice. That is very, very good technique by Carl Higbee. He knows what to do when he's ahead. And now he's ahead over 100. David still has those 2 eyes, but his rack has improved a little bit. Still, he's in big trouble here. It's really hard to see a winning path for him. 7 in the bag. If he plays only a couple of tiles, like he's just done here, Carl's going to be able to play a few tiles of his own, not empty the bag, and maintain his 100+ point lead. And OI is the draw by David. It's not going to help him, but he might have one more turn to try desperately for a high-scoring out bingo. Carl plays 2 tiles, David plays 2 tiles. Carl's going to empty the bag. If David can go out with a bingo, he can dream of catching up to Carl in score. But as players at this level know pretty well, 80 points or more, your opponent's up by that much, and they don't have to empty the bag, you are probably not winning. An Idem, nice find for 49 by Carl Higbee. This is going to be the end of David Spargo, in all likelihood. And 100% chance that Carl's going to draw a vowel. And he's drawn both of them. So, an unfortunate game for David Spargo. He got off to a good start with Life Care and Guilty. Made a couple of small mistakes along the way, but really nothing major. Carl just plowed through really nice racks, some really nice finds. He just kept scoring. So, yeah, super well played game by both players. Love to see it. Players are rated over 1800. That's a very, very high caliber of play. Looks like Carl is going up to 4-0. I don't think anyone's going to be able to catch him. We'll have to see what happens in the other games. There are a couple other players that have 2 wins. A few other players. They go up to 3 wins. Then they'll have a chance to catch up to Carl, but Carl's winning this game by a lot. They're going to have to win and catch up to him on point differential. As we can see right under Carl's player camera, he is 3-0 plus 459 after this game. He's going to probably up to around 600 spread. I don't know if we can cut to the standings while David considers what in the world he could possibly do here. Ryan Chapita, Joel Horn, Annette Oberstad, and Christine Cardinal, all 4 of them are at 2 wins. If Ryan wins, he's going to have to beat Carl by a whole lot. Ryan and Annette are playing once again. And yeah, it looks like there's going to have to be a blowout for anyone to be able to catch up to Carl here. Anyways, we'll see who we show on the matchup. It'll be an exciting game regardless. So in terms of options for David, he can play something like OI at the bottom right, where he's playing it there. Go for a couple draws. Try to go out next turn, but he's emptied the bag. He's only going to have 6 tiles. Not sure he realizes that. But didn't really feel like he could do much. There was a really cool play available for him. Nicotine through the N of dangs and the T of tallies, but that wouldn't have been nearly good enough, of course. That was back to Carl, who's probably going to play Jaded. He's guaranteed to go out next turn. He's not giving back too much in terms of counterplay. And the engine confirms that Jaded is the best play. Making ED right next to Equus. 41 points, bringing Carl to 479. And this doesn't block David's outplay, but it is still just too many points to pass up. David can go out with Carry On for the A of Life Care. Or he can carry on and play Citron through the T of Tallies for 21. It is best for him to just take the outplay, which he does. That's 11 points, totaling 331 for David Spargo, 479 Carl Higbee, after all the tiles are in play. And a very nice win for the Northern New York native, Carl Higbee, against the Vermonter, David Spargo, in this fourth and penultimate round of
You're looking at
Slatebird.
that was a nice draw actually. I had a Dormouse here except for the OT.
Oh,
For this rack.
yeah, close.
Oh, we use this.
Foul.
We use this.
Oh, right, yeah, duh.
Yeah, not much going on in this postmortem. Not really much to talk about. David really just got run over. He'll be happy to see if he watches the game back that he played quite well. But it happens. If you're playing quite well, your opponent's playing quite well. One of them has to win. Unless they tie. In any case, I think we're going to take a short break before the final round while we sort out the pairings, figure out who's playing who. But until then, I'm Josh Sokol. I am very happy to be commentating the final throws of the Montreal Scrabblefest 2025 here in Montreal, Canada. It's a beautiful day, and it's a beautiful day to play Scrabble. So we'll be right back, and don't go anywhere. One more round to go before this thing ends. See you in a bit. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the final round of the Montreal Scrabblefest Late Bird. I'm your host, Josh Sokol, here to call the game and analyze it with you all. Thanks for being here. The final round we're going to be showing is between Joel Horn, who's in second place, and Carl Higbie, who's in first place in the WoW division. Joel is down a game and down 185 points of spread. What that means, we can show the standings. 195 points, excuse me. What that means is that Joel needs to win this game by 98 to eclipse Carl Higbie in spread and win the tournament. So it'll be an interesting game to watch because Joel might want to play a little bit more aggressively than he normally would to try and build up his score a little bit more. But we'll see. We'll see how he plays. He might just want to play his own game and see what happens. And Carl might want to play a little bit more defensively and take fewer risks so as not to give Joel the chance to take a huge lead. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. It's an interesting situation. And most games of Scrabble end within around 100-point margin. So this is kind of on the cusp of that. And yeah, it really depends how the tiles fall and what the decisions are made look like. So we're ready to preview the players with their respective standings. So Joel on the left, he lost his round one game on stream, as we saw, but he won the next three. And Carl has just been WWWW every single game. So whenever they're ready, they can start. Let's play Scrabble. Let's do this. Exciting. Okay, let's see what Joel gets. It's first act, which will provide a small advantage. IU, though, first two tiles, not great. Second eye, eek. Okay, this actually shaped up a little bit better than expected, as Joel's going to be able to play joual, which is a nice Quebec word. Joual would be the dialect that some people in this province speak. It's a very slang French. I can speak it a little bit if you guys want me to, but I don't think you guys want me to. And even if you did, I don't know if it's the most appropriate thing. But it's a very nice way to start the game off for Joel. Does keep two eyes, but hopefully he'll be able to deal with that. As S blank comes right out of the bag. The third eye. And oh my goodness. Second blank. Oh my gosh. Wow. What a rack. Joel for it. Okay. Let's see. What does Carl do here? Probably something like Jurat from... Oh, wait. He has Tartuffe. He just has Tartuffe. Right out of the bag. I didn't see that. Thank you, Carl, for seeing that. I can say what you're going to play. Tartuffe plays either on the top or on the bottom of the AL of joual. And I guess the main difference would be in what those two plays do to the board. I think playing underneath might be slightly better, potentially, just because it creates, I guess, less of a big hook for an S, potentially. There isn't a big difference between the two plays. You can go either way. I might have chosen to go underneath instead. And what do you do with this if you're Joel Horn? Iridides, which is a new word, is possible through the T, but you actually have some nice ifis words that you can play. Yeah, a lot of bingo choices actually for Joel Horn. Vivifies would be my favorite, making both blanks a V. But I think in terms of what Joel wants to do here, maybe you play idiocies through the O of joual. Idiocies would score a little bit less than playing through the F, which is surprising given that you're playing a double-double. But that's just what happens when you only have 5 points on your rack. Idiocy scores 74, and anything through the F will score 70. Will score 70. Sorry. No, playing through the F is less high scoring, but there is one option that scores a bit higher than idiocies, and that is Ileitis. Ileitis, which plays with Tartuffes. But that, I wouldn't play that. I think that's too dangerous, floating an eye up in the top right corner and allowing Carl to just score his way back into the game. So yeah, maybe idiocies is the way to go. Playing on the left side of the board, leaving the right side open, hoping to get some action later on. But that's also a very hard find. So we're seeing both blanks, first 2 tiles on the board. Love to see it. And we're really going to need that blank slip cam, because these 2 letters can be VN, VV, VL, ND, MN, CT. So many things. But he plays vinifies, which I think means to turn into wine. And yeah, that is Joel's play. Like to see it. He takes a 42-point lead early in this game. Carl's drawn pretty well. He's drawn an X. He's going to be able to score with that. But he could also forego playing the X this turn and play Jivey, Jivey, from the J in Joal. And what that does is that scores really well, keeps the X for next turn. He has that spot for XI next to the ES and vinifies. He's also looking at playing Nixie right now through the I and vinifies. I don't know if that's the right call. Actually, it's interesting. If you play Nixie through the I and vinifies, that scores 47, which is nice. The problem with that is that it floats an E out in space. But the benefit is that you're cutting off the circulation from the bottom right part of the board by preventing plays coming down next to the ES with vinifies. And you're also blocking the S hook on Tartuffe. So it was a very interesting position. Carl's not going to take too long here to play Jivey. This was my original idea. The problem with this play is it opens a double-double from the E. So yeah, not every play is perfect. And Joel is going to be able, if he finds any of his options, he's going to be able to bingo again. But finding a bingo here is not going to be easy. You can play through either the T of Tartuffe or the I of vinifies. Both bingos are just extremely hard to see. And I don't know if I would have seen any of them. Either of them. So through the T, stigmata, on plural of stigma. Through the I, astigmia. So 2 very similar words, but very difficult. Very, very high level finds. And something like MAGI next to the EY and Jivey is looking really good here. Or even just mag. So we'll see what Joel ends up doing if he finds one of these bingos. Even if he doesn't, he's in a pretty good position here. Up and on turn with a nice S. It's rack. And Carl is drawn very weirdly. He's drawn a Z, a U, another I, and an H. So that's probably pretty good in terms of being able to score over multiple turns. But it's also a very clunky rack, so okay. So Joel's going to play MA instead. Just keep the 5-tile leave. This is 21 points. And he's going to try to draw into a bingo next turn. And Carl responds with his really awkward rack. I think he's just going to play XI. He kept that last turn. He probably doesn't feel fantastic about the position. Just because there's a lot of open space and a lot of game left to play. And not having an S or an E or many bingo tiles, there's still a lot of potential for Joel Horn to make waves and beat Carl by the necessary 98 points to win the tournament, the late bird event. So yeah, I wonder what Carl's thinking about. XI to me seems pretty clear cut. I guess you could play XU and EMU. Maybe try to do something more defensive as well. XU next to the IN and vinifies at least blocks that N. But I don't like keeping those two I's. Looks like Joel's considering agatize with an S, which I'm pretty sure is not a valid spelling in the WoW lexicon. So hopefully we don't see that come down. That would be pretty unfortunate. Swing in Carl's favor. Yeah, both players playing pretty fast. A lot of time left on the clock. Carl going under 20 minutes. But already a third of the game has been played. So XI seems to be the correct decision. You can't feel great about what that sets up. But you're also blocking part of the board as well. Carl considering other options. I mean, you do want to take your time here. Make sure you're not missing something interesting. You could maybe see a play that, okay, he's playing XI there. So similar idea to XU, to just try and eliminate some counterplay on the top, but at a 7-point sacrifice. So like I said, some interesting adjustments being made, potentially by both players to try and get the desired result. So back to Joel, who doesn't have a playable bingo. That G really becoming the one problem on the rack, other than the duplicate A. And I don't know if Joel had anything through the N. My brain isn't working very well this afternoon, but still got a lot of chances here. If you play something like Vagi from the V of Jivey, also do something a little bit more aggressive. Maybe play GA under the Ta and AL in the center of the board. GA, play GAT or GAE to set up the S hook of Stag. Do something like that. Yeah, none of the options are great for Joel, and he does know that he needs to win by a lot more than 1 point to win this tournament. But if he makes a short play, he's got good chances. Only one single O has been played, so there really is a lot of potential for bad draws if you play too many tiles. So we'd like to see a short play by Joel here. If you're just joining, of course, a reminder that if you look at the records underneath each player camera, you'll see that Carl is up a game and 195 points of spread, which is the differential between all of your games, total points. And this is the final round, which means Joel needs a big win, 98 or more points, to secure victory in this late bird. Joel was up a little bit late last night, schooling everybody in Texas Hold'em poker. We were having a nice poker game in memoriam of Bernard Gottlieb, who ran the Montreal tournament for over 40 years and ran the Montreal Scrabble Club for that amount of time. The tournament has recently been taken over by Let's Play Scrabble, but the memory of Bernard will not fade. He has done so much for the community, and personally, I see him as my biggest mentor in life. In Scrabble, he taught me, showed me the ropes, did everything for me. Unfortunately, passed away just a couple months ago. So we had a toast in his favor 2 nights ago, and we also had 2 nights ago. We also had a poker game in his honor because Bernard would often set up a nice poker game after hours during tournaments, stay up till very, very late, just playing another game. He was a gamer and had some fun times last night. Joel was the big winner. But today it's all about Scrabble, as it should be. Joel taking a while on this turn. It's a very important decision. Every decision in this game is pretty important, just given the stakes. The thing is, if Joel does just win, I believe that he'll win a second place prize. Most likely. So it's not necessary for him to go all out. He might have to make a decision at some point this game if he's doing decently to try and go for the win rather than the 100-point win. And it's a lot to think about. Sometimes players will give themselves 100 fewer points or however much the margin of victory needs to be. It's to act like they have much less than they actually have in the game. But I think Joel is just trying to win, which I think makes the most sense. Sometimes you try too hard to win and you lose. So he's going to play that. Or no, he's going to play Tav. Interesting. Okay. So he's keeping the G once again. Maybe he'll draw an N or an R to go with it. And he'll be able to bonus. And he has set up a lane with that. He's drawn a second G. Now, is laggiest a word now? Did they add that? Did they add that to the dictionary? Well, it's not going to matter because Carl's going to take full advantage of this A of Tav to play Zin for 45. Could also have played the S off, but why would he do that? So Zin for 45. Joel with his second G cannot be happy about this outcome. He's now down 39 points. And maybe the best thing he could do is either try something. He had laggies lined up on his rack. Maybe try something, see if it's a valid word, or just play gem and zag. Just drop his G there for 19 points. Hope to draw one of the letters that gives him a 7-letter word. That will most likely fit in 2 spots. You see the emotions. Certainly in this position, nobody would be super happy knowing you're supposed to win by 100, and you're now down after taking an early lead. Can't feel good. So he's considering playing gig, maybe with Yag, which would be a nice and aggressive way to set something up for himself and hope that Carl cannot take advantage. So if he plays gig right now, he's going to play egg. I was thinking if he played gig, setting up giga and gigs, that actually might have been an interesting aggressive play. But okay, we see egg for 17. And we see Carl Higbie with 3 eyes. So definitely drawing I to his leave last turn is a little bit of a gut-wrenching thing. Got some score discrepancy here. Egg would score 17 points. I think they've gotten it figured out. And Carl, I don't think he wants to exchange here just because he really wants to keep the scoring pressure going, but there might be a time for it. If you exchange IIU, IIUT, what's the worst that can happen? Maybe we're going to see Carl play off his H or play off TUI somewhere. He can actually play TUI in a very nice position, making EMEU and YAGI, setting up his S for next turn and scoring decently in the process. That's probably better than exchanging. But playing HI next to the ES and Vinifies for 20 is also reasonable. Again, any play there is going to inhibit plays coming downwards. So we see TUI, but not in the right spot. This one scores 13 rather than 17. Doesn't set up the S. And so probably a small missed opportunity for Carl Higbie. Back to Joel, who has drawn WAR. Again, not what he wanted to see, but there's still time. The board's still somewhat open. We'll see what Joel comes up with. If he decides to just score points, he can hook the S onto tag. Play something like Wallis or WAIRS, wares. Score some points. Can also play Wally, WALI, next to the ES and Vinifies, which doesn't do great things to the board, but does maintain his S for that S hook on Tartuffe and on tag. So again, not anything great available on Joel. And if he does play a little bit too aggressively here with something like Vaw from the V and Vinifies for 10, he's going to get hit hard. Since Carl does have one of those 2 remaining S's from Joel's perspective. But in a position like this where you're down and you need to make up 135 points to win the tournament, you start to make a little bit more aggressive decisions, sometimes even desperado-like decisions. You might see a phony come down. Something like Sally War is, I guess, reasonable. Be hard to challenge that. Another way to sort of improve one's position in this sort of situation is to play a plausible looking word, force your opponent to decide if they are confident enough to challenge it, or if they think they're in a good enough position to let it go. Joel really looking to play off WA. Maybe he's thinking of was to the S and Vinifies. But yeah, can't be happy about this. All right, W-A-T and win. So maybe some attempted positive visualization for Joel Horn. Needs to win this game. Why not play the word win? Unfortunately, Carl has been sitting on this very high scoring play. W-H-I-R-R is indeed a word and will play next to the ES of vinifies for 44 points. Really cementing Carl's lead. The only issue is that does set up an S hook, and I believe it also sets up an A hook. Which is a very bizarre word. Wura. So Carl could be thinking, what if I play my S? What if I just play whirs here? What's the worst that can happen? Sorry about that. But this scores 39 points. Doesn't open anything, closes down a very good lane. I like this play a lot by Carl. A very good adjustment. Joel's going to have something to say about that as Raleigh's was drawn. 68. Now the game is even again. So although it seems pretty difficult now for Joel Horn to win this game by enough points, there's still a lot of time. And Carl has to decide, does he want to play for points here? He can play up top, R-E-I-F, making W-E-H-I and I-F. That's 51. Or is he scared of that S in Urali's? This is actually a little weird. What he does know, Carl, is that he has the last S of the game. So I think that might guide him in the right direction here. If he plays something like Fiver through the I of Urali's, that inhibits a lot of plays using the S and sets Carl up for Fivers next turn. But this is a very tempting play. Rief for 51. And Carl, remember, he's down here. Obviously for him, he doesn't mind losing this game as long as it's not by 100 points. But leaving it triple open, that is a gutsy thing to do. So Rief comes down, and Joel has some funny lineup on his rack there. Unfortunately, only drew one vowel. And it's going to be in pretty bad shape here, regardless of what he does. Maybe playing P-I-N-O-N through the I of Raleigh's. Setting up a potential sneaky hook. It's not a word. Pinon. So Porns comes down. This makes sense. Maybe a bit better to play Pawns instead. There were 3 more Ds to draw, and that would have scored 3 more points. But Joel didn't draw a D, but drew too many constants once again. And back to Carl, who's up 24 after this. As the last S, it's really looking good for Carl Higbee at this point. He can pretty much do what he wants, as long as he's keeping a vowel and a consonant on his rack at all times, I don't see any way that he's going to lose by 98 or more from this position. I know there are 26 tiles left. Anything can happen. But if you look at those tiles from Carl's perspective, no eyes. Eyes are maybe a problem for you guys, but eyes are very good for bingos. No S's, no R's, no blanks. It's getting pretty hard to imagine Joel's going to be able to have multiple bingos, especially on this board as it is. I think Joel's best bet here is to continue trying opening space wherever there is space left. So right now, it's Carl's turn, and he's probably going to try to do something defensive. But if Joel is able to use that E hook on TA at the center of the board to make ETA, not ETA, ETA, that will potentially pry open a little bit more space for him later on. There also is that small possibility of a play on the top right, hooking the WE. AWE is a word, EWE is a word, OWE is a word. If Joel plays something there at some point, that also pries open a little bit of space to that triple in the top center of the board. And at this point, that's what you're trying to do. You're trying to breathe air into this board because there ain't much air left. As MOT comes down, this looks like a great play from Carl, eliminating a lot of the space, keeping VUSO. VU is a terrible combination, but the V can be used as a weapon, a defensive weapon to cut off space. And keeping those two vowels with those two consonants, always a good idea when you're trying to defend the lead. And a very good draw, AEN. Carl. You might notice Carl puts his tiles in consonant vowel order alphabetically. There are some players that do this, other players that put the letters in full alphabetical order, and other players that don't do any of that. Joel Horn was one of those. Freeform letters. But yeah, back to Joel. Sort of dreading talking about this position because it's so bad. There's actually a really cool play, though, available. Joel. I would never spot this in a million years. You can play Ape Men through the EME, making Zap, TA, and UN. That scores 28 points. This is his highest score in the position. But in terms of plays human beings can find rather than engines, I don't really know what to do. Because I don't want to play something like Ballon to the ON. That will eliminate my counterplay with ETA. Joel sees that there are 7 E's left. He doesn't have a single E on his rack. So he's certainly going to try and draw one of those. Maybe you could play something like Tabla from the TA. I really don't even know where to start here. Maybe you want to exchange? Let's see what he comes up with. It looks like he's preparing to exchange. Maybe you just play pad or bad overlapping the play that was just made. That scores 27. No, he's exchanging 4. So he's going for that EV word, making ETA and DAL, but not happening, says Carl. Carl plays Uvia, perfectly demonstrating the power of the V to be defensive. Uvia for 21. Blocks that lane, puts the V in a spot where only a 5-letter word can now fit on top of that U. Joel has not drawn an E, despite there still being 6 available for him. And yeah, things are just getting worse and worse for the contender in this game. I no longer believe that Joel has any chances now. But he'll try. You gotta fight. Joel doesn't know that Carl has the last S. Maybe he'll try desperately to set up an S hook and draw the S. Maybe he'll just overlap. He's playing Cohen. Okay. Maybe eventually there'll be some space open in the top left after this. The time is running out. 15 tiles in the bag. Carl but plays 2 tiles. Joel will only be able to bingo twice. And if we imagine the fact that Joel is down 51, bingo scores 70 something. 2 bingos isn't even going to bring him to the necessary 98 points. And oh my goodness, what an insanely bad draw. UPOD to DND. That is absolutely brutal. Wow. No E. Draws the Q. Worst possible thing that could have happened. And Carl's just feeling very good. He's preparing to play Nosh, potentially, above Cohen. Just to score super well. It scores 34, I think. It does create a lane atop the HA. Maybe start a word in A to make AHA. And play 7 letters, but that shouldn't be a concern. There's only 1 A left. The unseen letters are brutally bad. Not as bad as what's actually on Joel's rack, but it's Joel's letters plus some other clunky stuff like a G, another D, 2 C's, 2 B's. And Joel's already exchanged stuff back into the bag, so I don't think either player is going to be drawing nicely for the rest of the game. But given that Carl's ahead 51, he doesn't have to worry about that. So man, what a turn of events. Joel definitely had an opportunity early on, right after Vinifies. He had found a Stigmia or Stigmata. Like I said, both extremely difficult finds. That would have given him a good chance to win by the right margin. Carl did very well here to take back the lead, and pad it, and keep padding it until this point where it doesn't even seem remotely possible for Joel to win by enough to win the tournament. But still got to try to win the game, which is what Carl's doing here. He probably doesn't like that Nosh creates some threats, some danger. You could imagine a play through the OK after Nosh, making OKY. Like Nookie, Cookie. Scoring well, opening more space. Those plays, there are still plays available through that K without Carl making it easier. So I still think you should play Nosh. But whatever he does here, he'll be fine. once again, just has to make sure he's keeping at least one vowel and at least one consonant. And I keep saying this because if you don't do that and you draw, if he plays shown right now, which he's considering doing, I don't recommend this. This might be like the only way for him to lose. He keeps only consonant and draws all consonants. Joel bingos, and then bingos again. Carl could be in some trouble. That's why you want to keep the balance. In this case, it's not going to matter whatsoever, given Joel's rack. But I don't think this was the advisable choice by Carl. I understand the decision. It blocks off some space. It scores well. Doesn't open anything. But imagine Carl drawing P, D, 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 Q. Imagine Joel having some good letters. Being able to bingo, maybe through the K. Or scoring through the K. Could have been bad. So pond comes down. Joel fighting through that Q, but I don't even think there's a single Q word you can draw in the unseen pools. In the unseen pool. Oh, you can draw cot, Q-A-T. That would play with twin. Win on the board already. The T would hook. That might be the only Q play Joel could have drawn in this position. Brutal. Yeah, like I said, neither of these players is going to be happy with their letters for the rest of the game. Carl is in a very privileged position, being up 48 points on this board. 6 tiles in the bag. I think he's going to take it home. Perfect 5-0 record. He's wearing his Montreal Expos shirt. Love to see the love for the city. It's finally a beautiful day in downtown Montreal. Sun is out. Got temperatures of 20 plus Celsius, 70 plus Fahrenheit today. So once games are over, I'm sure a lot of people will love to go out, just hang out on a terrace. And that's the beauty of this city. You just go outside, find somewhere to hang out, have a great time. Or you can play Scrabble and have a great time. Or have a not so great time if you're Joel Horn in this game. So back to Carl, is under 5 minutes. Joel's under 4 minutes. I guess Joel could hope that Carl goes 10 minutes overtime. But yeah, not happening. Carl's played enough Scrabble to know what not to do. But it's just so hard. Like, Carl's probably worried about the Q. He's worried about some stuff. Like, he could still lose this game from his perspective. So he has to be a bit careful. Joel, with his letters, it's too late to exchange. There are fewer than 7 tiles in the bag. He just has to wait and see what Carl does, and maybe somehow get a Q play down. I predict that maybe one of the players is going to go overtime here. We're going to have some weird time scramble at the end, just because this is like, what is this game? What is happening? How do you make a move? How do you know what to do? Nothing makes any sense. There's so many landmines to worry about. So much uncertainty. Koki is a great play, though. 21 setting up the B, but Joel does have the other B. So he's probably going to play something like Bled and BY. And maybe Joel will draw that AT that he needs for Cot. And then Carl will subsequently block it with BAAL. No, Carl drew the T. Oh man, poor Joel. So Bled comes down. Joel down to 324. Carl just over 3 minutes. BEEGLNT. It's cleanup time. You have 3 minutes in this endgame. Good luck. If anybody can solve this endgame, I think their name begins with N and ends with Igel. Let's see what the engine says. The engine is wrong, by the way, but the engine says Gel and MOTE is the best play. Yeah, right. I should run this in the actual endgame solver, and it'll probably take over 10 minutes. It'll probably take a half an hour at least to run this endgame. I'm not going to do that. The reason that this is such an unsolvable position is because Joel has the cue and has nowhere to play it. So Carl has to figure out how to best maximize point differential. Does he play one tile at a time? Does he play a bit faster to try and go out quicker and catch Joel with more points on his rack? What in the world is this position? I am so not envious of either of these players. It looks like Carl is going to go ahead and do something eventually and win this game, but I think he might go overtime. I still think he might go overtime because there are a lot of moves to be played. So he's going to play a GEN, which looks like a good play. Engine says GEN is a 1 point worse play. GEL, same as GEL and MOTE. Like I said, I don't trust this engine to tell me what the best end game is, but Gel comes down. This is very reasonable. Setting up BETA and BE for next turn. Back to Joel with Decade Q. And he's going to want to play off his C because he doesn't want to get stuck with that too. Carl is threatening to go out with Bent and Twin. But does he want to go out? He's probably going to go out. But it might be better for him not to and play slowly. Anyways, when all is said and done, Carl Higbee is going to win the Montreal Scrabblefest Late Bird WoW division with a perfect 5-0 record. We have yet to know the point differential. Joel Horn had a valiant effort in this game. Started off with two nice plays, then couldn't get it done later on. He's probably going to finish in 3rd or 4th. And I think both of these guys are going to be happy to have completed their Scrabblefest journey after this game. What a doozy. But me, myself, and everybody at Let's Play Scrabble, we're so happy to have you watching. We really love all the enthusiasm in chat. We especially love our members. Now you can have a membership to this YouTube channel, directly support the efforts of Let's Play Scrabble to grow the game and broadcast as much Scrabble content as possible, especially in these nice venues, nice tournaments. As TEC comes down, and we're not going to see anyone go overtime. But yeah, if you guys want to become a Let's Play Scrabble super friend, you can. And thanks to all people supporting in chat. On Twitch as well. We're multi-streaming this to Axe or Typo. Let's listen to these players at the end of this.
I must admit. I have 345. Did you miss a 28 somewhere?
We do have for 28.
Lead?
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, 345.
Yeah. How do you manage to block everything I have? I was just blocking my dumps. I was going to play War, WAR, and you block that. And I was going to play Cedar, CEDAR, you block that.
When I played Juvia, I was just blocking the bingo lane.
Well, that I didn't care about. I knew you were going to do that. I could have traded again.
Oh, when I played Tui, okay. I was blocking the wideout because there's still a wideout.
Great.
I had 3 eyes and a U.
Turns out you got 9 4-pointers.
I kept HISS.
Can't compete with that.
HIIS.
And the 1 4-pointer I got, I had to waste it because I couldn't get rid of it. I should have. This was dumb. I should have traded.
And so you had a couple of 0-pointers too.
Yeah, I didn't need to have them at the same time. No, but look at how many points you got on the 4-pointers. I assume you had both S's when you played this.
Here's the last S.
And why'd you play it?
28 points, I had 2 ends.
You know, but S you can.
There's enough to, if you bingo through a
put
cake.
S's on things. Like that.
I don't take my Scrabble lessons from you. You have to worry about
Cokie. That looks suspicious. You like it?
That's good.
Another one you blocked. I was going to give you the spot. I was going to play bloke. Cokie. Same thing.
All right. Okay, everybody. That was a little bit of a feisty post-mortem. Love to see it. Sorry. Thank you so much for watching this broadcast, and if you were here over the weekend as well, we really appreciate your viewership, supporting our efforts over here at Let's Play Scrabble and beyond, growing the game. Thank you for liking the video, subscribing to the channel. Man, I drank too much last night, didn't I? I've been slurring. Anywho, let's show the room cam for now while we get things figured out. Are we gonna show the prize ceremony? I don't know. No prize ceremony. But yeah, everybody is clearing out pretty much of the room. I gotta go get my stuff from there as well. But this is what we've been dealing with. This is what we've been this is where we've been hanging out for the last 5 days here in downtown Montreal. It's been great. I always love hosting everybody in my city, and really relish the opportunity to commentate for you guys. I played 27 games, was planning on playing all 32. But commentary is fun as well. So thanks everybody for watching. The next Let's Play Scrabble event is Bob Lynn Superstars. I don't know if we have an overlay for this, but July 4th in Albany, New York, the biggest ever prize pool I think, in North America or maybe in like 20 years. Gigantic prize pool, humongous donation, $50,000 to $100,000 from generous Robert Lynn in his efforts to grow CSW play in North America. So I am looking forward to that. I don't know about you guys. The coverage is going to be awesome. The players are going to be incredibly strong. We're going to get international players. We're going to get people like William Anderson. I'm not sure if y'all have heard of Billy Bob, but he'll be there. There's going to be a meet and greet. There's going to be Let's Play Scrabble plastered everywhere. Man, I can't wait. So if you don't want to miss out, you can come. You can have a good time with us at the tournament. But second best thing is to watch these live coverages and join the fun in the chat. So thanks everybody for watching. I'm probably going to head out now, but yeah, if you want to follow me, I like to stream Scrabble as well on Axe or Typo on Twitch. I also have a YouTube channel. I do Scrabble lessons if people want to try to improve their game. I do private lessons. Anyways, that's just me, but Let's Play Scrabble has done a fantastic job, as always, of running this event. Huge thanks to Josh Greenway behind the scenes for putting everything together, and to the directors on site, the organizers, Matt Palazzo, Christine Cardinal, everybody that's helped out, Josh Koff with the analytics, and all the commentators, and everybody watching, and all the players. So thanks a lot, everyone. I'm out, and I'll see you guys next time.